This is Thomas Wayne Riley, and you have found yourself in the American Southwest. Quetzalcoatl. He was the wind. He was the guide, the road sweeper of the rain gods, of the masters of the water, of those who brought rain. And when the wind increased, the dust swirled up. It roared, howled, became dark, blew in all directions. There was lightning, and then it was said that he grew wrathful. Fray Bernardino de Sahagún, Franciscan priest and historian. I would like to paint y'all a picture. At times, it's a pretty picture. But more often than not, the painting's got a tinge of darkness to it. Darkness like Francisco Goya's Saturn devouring his sun. But at least the picture also includes adventure and travel and many a mystery. The picture I want to paint for you, dear listener, is the story of the Chaco Anasazi. It is true, I have done a very exhaustive and extensive series over the ancient ones, or Anasazi already, but I've learned so much more since then. I've read a lot of books, articles, papers, I've attended quite a few lectures, and I've spoken with researchers and archaeologists. I have since visited so many more sites and gained quite a bit more insight. All of this has helped to better paint this picture of what the heck was happening with the Chaco Anasazi of the Four Corners region in the American Southwest. Only a little bit of this will be review and only what's necessary. I've tried to limit quoting from myself, from my older 8 long and intense episodes over the ancient ones of the Southwest. That series spanned from the Ice Age all the way up to the arrival of the Spanish. For this one, I read only new sources or books I'd never read before. Most of this episode, rather long episode by the way, it will be new and exciting information, I promise. I would say that this picture or painting I have created, it used to be a whole lot more controversial than it is now. But this painting is actually gaining some ground as the keepers of the flame retire. That old flame being the belief in the totality of the tortilla curtain, or the belief that the Chaco Anasazi developed independently and separately with no influence whatsoever from the Mesoamericans. This tortilla curtain, the U.S.-Mexico border, it was as real back then as it is today, these researchers tend to believe. It seems like a rather absurd belief, but there are plenty of archaeologists who say the ancestral Puebloans, as they call them, were not influenced by Mesoamericans in any way, and to think so is to doubt the ability of the people of New Mexico who inhabit the Rio Grande, or to doubt the Hopi or the Zuni. If you believe the ancient ones had influence from Mesoamerica, then these researchers posit that you are suggesting the Puebloans have an inability to form a high culture of their own. Again, that's absurd. The Spanish, the French, the English, and even the Germans, they all created their own high culture. A culture which would not have been possible without the influence and invasions of Rome. Then, later, these European rulers of high culture sought to justify their own regimes by being recognized by the seats of regional power. Oftentimes, this power was foreign. Yet, they still longed for validation. Were the ancient Southwesterners any different? Timothy Pocketat wrote a great book I use a lot in this episode titled Gods of Thunder, How Climate Change, Travel, and Spirituality Reshaped Pre-Colonial America. It is a great read, and it ties together a lot of Mesoamerica to the Southwest and even the Mississippians. His was the last book I read for this episode, and it only affirmed the painting I was creating in my mind. In Gods of Thunder, though, in relation to what I was just saying about distant polities gaining validation from regional leaders, he wrote, quote, European rulers routinely journeyed to Rome or Jerusalem to have their authority affirmed by the Pope. Likewise, Islamic sultans and caliphs traveled to Mecca to pay homage to the powers on which their own authority rested. End quote. Again, I ask, would the Anasazi of the American Southwest had been any different? After all, they weren't that far from massive empires to their south. If Rome had no written language to document all of this historical truth about their presence in Europe outside of the Mediterranean, if Caesar hadn't painstakingly documented his invasion of Gaul and how Rome shaped northwestern Europe, would archaeologists today assume that these places in northern Europe developed similar technology, architecture, and ways of life, and even religions, like Christianity? Would researchers today assume that these European places developed independently if Rome were an illiterate society? If they were southwestern archaeologists, then they probably would. Now, of course, I'm not knocking all southwestern archaeologists. I have my favorites. But there are archaeologists that believe still to this day that the people of the Four Corners, or the Anasazi as we will call them, they developed their great houses and art and culture completely separate from the same people who brought them corn and ceramics and chocolate and macaws, and I'll be getting into it. Again, it's absurd. If there is a frontier, it will be conquered. The Spanish themselves, after conquering Mesoamerica, continued further north into the southwest. And they accomplished that on the exact same roadways that the Mesoamericans used to travel north on themselves, and the same roadways the Southwesterners would travel southwards towards the kingdoms and empires of Mesoamerica. I attended a lecture in Santa Fe with Steve Lexon in the summer of 2024, and while this isn't a direct quote, I am quoting from my notes that I hastily wrote while he spoke. And so he said something to the effect of, quote, "Was Chaco unique? Unlikely. For 2,000 plus years down south, there were states and empires. The Chacoans tried everything. They didn't come up with something new. Chaco is not unique in North America. They didn't have to make everything up themselves. They can borrow." End quote. Lexon and others have also pointed out that southwestern archaeology suffers from the tortilla curtain, and that the lack of communication between American and Mexican archaeologists is a problem. American geographer Carl Sauer has even pointed out this very fact when he said, quote, "The notion of independence and isolation of the Southwest would not have arisen, it seems to me, if historically Mexico had been the center from which archaeological studies had spread into North America." End quote. In other words, we've been looking at the development of Chaco and the Anasazi all wrong. And this fact is the imprimatura, or bottom layer or underpainting of the canvas that I have been creating of the history of the American Southwest. Despite my series over the exploration and disappearance of Everett Ruiz, and that series being an exciting adventure, despite my harrowing and exhaustive history of the Apaches, and despite my thoroughly extensive series over the Civil War in the Southwest, my series over the ancient ones, especially over the Anasazi, they have been my most popular and listened to episodes. So I think it's time to give the people what they want. My goal, though, is not to tell the complete tale of the Chaco and Anasazi. I kind of already done that. But rather I'll be attempting to answer a lot of questions that I may have left unanswered last time, or questions that have arisen since the last series. I'll also be asking quite a few new questions, and I will straight up theorize out of my own noggin quite a handful of times. I'm also giving y'all new theories I read about, which I'm not totally sold on all of them, but they're interesting. And I am warning you, I could get some stuff wrong. But I believe I'm getting a good amount of it right. If I am incorrect, though, I am not, nor will I ever be afraid to say so. After all, I'm just guessing. So gather round. Hopefully you've worked up an appetite. And let's explore the Anasazi. Tonight, I'm serving man corn. This episode is graciously sponsored by one of my new favorite companies, the Buffalo Wool Co. Y'all know I have great love and respect for America's national mammal, the bison. My very first episode was over the wild and woolly beast, so when I tell you I discovered a company that makes 100% bison wool products, 100% in America, you know how excited I got. The Buffalo Wool Co. makes the most incredible and comfortable socks you've ever worn. Not only are the Buffalo Wool Co. socks comfortable, but they are warm. You can wear them in the house, to bed, or on a hike. I wore mine in the sands of Great Sand Dunes National Park, and I've worn my Buffalo Wool Co. socks while hunting in the northern forests of Wisconsin. I plan on wearing them for the rest of my life. Buffalo Wool Co. 100% guarantees you will love the product or your money back. The owners of Buffalo Wool Co. have been raising bison in North Texas for almost 30 years, and they're even more passionate about the amazing animals than I am. Buffalo Wool Co. not only makes socks, but also knit caps, gloves, scarves, and extremely warm and comfortable clothing for kids. My wife and I have a little one on the way, and I will absolutely be keeping our kids snug and warm with the Buffalo Wool Co.'s expanding brand. If you like being comfortable and warm and looking awesome while doing it, and if you support 100% made in America clothing, by people who are passionate about these animals and the ranchers who raise them, you will love the Buffalo Wool Co. Head over to their website, thebuffalowoolco.com, or my website, theamericansouthwest.com, where there will be a link on the home page. That's thebuffalowoolco.com. To paint the picture, we must start at the beginning. Whenever it is that you place the arrival of the first people to set foot in the New World, whether that be 23,000 years ago or 15,000 years ago, these newcomers traveled great distances to get here. Whether they came from the east in the North Atlantic, or from the west on boats or by foot across the Bering Strait, or both, the earliest Americans traveled enormous distances to arrive at their new home. A home seemingly devoid of humans, but a land filled with terrifying, yet tasty, woolly beasts with all manner of claws and teeth. It was a hard life, but I tend to imagine it was a glorious one, if you managed to survive. Once in the New World, these people hunted the giant bison. They hunted the mastodons and the mammoths. Most likely, they hunted them out of existence. I am now firmly in that camp. Hunting these beasts became a religion to the Clovis. And then the beasts were all gone, and agriculture slowly took their place. But when I say these people hunted the mammoths, I mean they walked from the now submerged flatlands of Florida and the Gulf of America all the way across the country to the Rockies. Traveling and distance were no problem to these newcomers. There's also that recent discovery at White Sands in the Land of Enchantment. The discovery shows the 22,000-year-old drag marks of sticks that would have been pulled behind the people as they traveled. These long sticks, or poles really, they would have been loaded with their stuff. The poles are tied together to make an X, and the pre-Clovis, I think it was the pre-Clovis since it was that old, these people's accoutrement would have been lashed to the X behind them. It's also very likely that dogs were used to haul what the people needed to survive the harsh Pleistocene and early Holocene. When the giant mammals disappeared, the people then used bison jumps to send thousands of animals crashing to their deaths. Or the people may have followed the billions of birds that frequented the many massive lakes that dotted the land before the Altithermal dried them all up. Then, if you'll remember from my Ancient Ones series, the American Southwest became uninhabitable by most mammals over the size of a rat. That exceptionally hot and dry period would eventually end, thankfully, after the various American Indian tribes passed a lot of expensive Green New Deal legislation. The land then, after costly progressive action, would have become inhabitable once again, and the mammals returned. And that included humans. Eventually, to the south, though, people began to coalesce into cities and city-states who were ruled by the various people like the Olmec and the Maya. And it's down here in Mesoamerica, Central America, if you will, where we really begin to paint this picture of the Chaco Anasazi and their quote-unquote mystery. The first known depiction of the feathered serpent is from the Olmec site of La Venta on the Gulf. It was carved as a bas-relief on Stela 19, and it was produced around 900 BC, nearly 3,000 years ago. This feathered serpent on Stela 19 would eventually form into the well-known and famous Quetzalcoatl. Now, of course, there's debate about that evolution, but it would be silly to assume the later cultures in the exact same region developed the feathered serpent independently of their mother culture. And that is something to keep in mind. 800 years later, by around 100 BC, the feathered serpent would be the leading religion at one of the most incredible places in the New World. Probably one of the most incredible places in the entire world. And then, at this most incredible of cities, between 100 and 200 AD, and the grand cultural center that is known as Teotihuacan, the Pyramid of the Sun was completed. Besides being the third largest pyramid in the world, the completion of this pyramid was significant because it marked a huge cultural shift at this massive city that is estimated to have been home to around 125,000 people. Although, a few centuries later, it would be home to upwards of 250,000 people. The cultural shift saw the Teotihuacanos switch to, well, whatever it is they worshipped at this new Pyramid of the Sun, but they switched to a new religion from the Feathered Serpent Cult. The Feathered Serpent and its cult, with its massive Feathered Serpent temple, they had been the highlight of Teotihuacan religious ceremony, right up until the Pyramid of the Sun's completion. In Timothy Pocketat's very fun book, Gods of Thunder, he writes this of the Feathered Serpent, a.k.a. Quetzalcoatl. He writes this of Quetzalcoatl and his temple at Teotihuacan. Officially called Quetzalcoatl, this serpent god wraps around each level on the facade of an early construction of the Temple of Quetzalcoatl in bas-relief. The tails shone with carved rattles and the heads protruding outward as sculptures with open, fanged mouths. One might reach into the mouths with one's hand and leave offerings. In between serpent carvings are repeated depictions of Tlaloc, the goggle-eyed god of water, and carved and painted portrayals of marine gastropod and bivalve shells. End quote. These three motifs, the feathered serpent, the rain god with the goggle eyes, and shells, they will be a repeated theme throughout this episode, which will help strengthen my story of a very connected North and Central America. At around 300 AD, at the imperial city of Teotihuacan, this elaborate temple of the feathered serpent was ransacked and burned, or at least it appears that way in the archaeological record. And with that destruction, Teotihuacan seems to have abandoned the cult of the feathered serpent. The sculptures were torn down, and on top of this pyramid, the Teotihuacanos built a new platform, dedicated to something else. It's safe to say that with this change in beliefs, the leaders of this cult, the cult of the Feathered Serpent, they were probably exiled, sent away from the city. But their power did not wane, and it would eventually resurge. It wouldn't even take them very long to stage a comeback either. In AD 378, at the beautiful but impractically located Mayan Guatemalan city of Tikal, a group of Feathered Serpent cult leaders and warriors overtook the splendid city. They deposed the rulers and subsequently dominated the region for quite some time. If you're wondering what the ruins look like, George Lucas used the ruins as the setting for the rebel base in A New Hope. They are incredible and quite tall pyramids, and they tower over the jungle. So in that year, according to Mexican archaeologist Linda Manzanilla, quote, in 378, a group of Teotihuacanos organized a coup d'etat in Tikal, Guatemala. This was not the Teotihuacan state. It was a group of the Feathered Serpent people, thrown out of the city. End quote. This would not be the only place the exiled Feathered Serpent cultists and warriors would overtake either. Around this time, these exiled peoples began to spread all around Mesoamerica, but just outside of the influence of the great center of Teotihuacan. Another group of Feathered Serpent warrior cult members, they headed northwest of Teotihuacan, and they became the foundation for what would later be known as the Toltec people or empire. This empire would eventually stretch from the Yucatan coast and Chichen Itza up to Tula, and then over to a place on the Gulf known as Huastec, and even up to a place we call La Quemada, which is actually not far from Tula. But they most likely spread even further north. Archaeologist and author Christy Turner, he wrote in his 1998 book, Mancorn, he wrote of the Toltecs and Teotihuacanos, and he said, quote, around 200 BC, the centralized and stratified Teotihuacan culture developed, with human sacrifice associated minimally with the Pyramid of the Sun. By AD 300, Teotihuacan dominated much of central Mexico, but in about 650, it was looted and violently destroyed. The Toltecs then emerged all-powerful. End quote. No one knows why Teotihuacan was destroyed, or what that destruction really looked like. It had been for centuries the main base of power and influence in central Mexico. Many archaeologists theorize that Teotihuacan was this democratic and egalitarian city that had no defenses and no army. Who knows? I'm not here to argue against the merits of that conclusion, but it sure does sound very Pueblo mystique, don't it? Regardless, though, Teotihuacan fell, and the pre-Toltec swooped in to fill the vacuum. Central America, after the fall of that great city center, it was thrown for a loop, and everyone was trying to reorient themselves around whatever power base was nearest. But as I mentioned earlier, the Feathered Serpent clan or cult had gained quite a foothold in various regions around Teotihuacan. Tim Pacatat in Gods of Thunder writes, quote, according to the Mexican historian archaeologist team of Alfredo Lopez Austin and Leonardo Lopez Lujan, this was the time of a nascent pre-Toltec horizon, when leaders ruled a series of lesser diasporic communities populated by diverse citizens in which the old Teotihuacan god, Quetzalcoatl, was reimagined in many localities across Mexico. End quote. I opened the episode with a description of Quetzalcoatl from the Spanish priest and historian Fray Bernardino de Sahagún. But he went on to describe Quetzalcoatl further, and Tim Pacatat sums him up with, quote, Quetzalcoatl was the wind. He guided the rain gods and spoke with thunder. Besides being seen in storms and heard through thunder, Quetzalcoatl was also seen in the stars. He was identified with the morning star Venus by the Aztecs, if not also by Mississippians and their Caddo cousins along the Arkansas and Red Rivers. End quote. Now, he just mentioned the Caddoans, and I will later as well. The Caddoans and Cahokians also fit very well into this broad picture I am painting for y'all today. So Teotihuacan falls, and once again, the Feathered Serpent Cult emerges victorious. Maybe it was this growing Feathered Serpent religion that surrounded Teotihuacan that ultimately led to its downfall. The Toltecs, though, they were members of this warrior cult. They believed they were even descendants of the Feathered Serpent himself. Scholars still argue about the influence of the Toltec in Mesoamerica. Some say it was immense and reached Chichen Itza and Tulum all the way on the coast. Yet others say it was just a regional player, and the similarities of the Toltec horizon, they're just coincidental. A 2003 study by Michael E. Smith and Lisa Montiel specifically say that the Toltecs were more of a kingdom, and their influence on other cultures was negligible at best. I definitely disagree with this, but what if Smith and Montiel were looking in the wrong direction? As in, they were looking to the south and the east of central Mexico. What if the Toltecs and their Feathered Serpent Cult did have influence, enormous influence, but to the north, at a place called Chaco Canyon, or at yet another place even further north, known as Cahokia? The Toltecs were, besides Feathered Serpent warriors, they were expert traders, and they had a vast trading network that was centered around a place known as Tula Grande. That is, it was centered there after La Quemada fell. I'll talk about La Quemada again in a minute, but Tula Grande led a trading network that spanned a good chunk of Mexico, almost the entire country. They traded heavily in obsidian, and they even had obsidian workshops. They also traded heavily in turquoise. Turquoise they received from the American Southwest. Some important centers post-Teotihuacan, besides the aforementioned Tula, were two places known as La Quemada and Alta Vista. These places were quite significant from about AD 600 to AD 900. These weren't heavily populated areas, mind you, but rather they were, according to Tim Paquetat, quote, administrative and ritual centers into which farmers would travel for ceremonies, not unlike Chaco Canyon and many Maya cities of the day. End quote. These were places that people ventured towards to probably pay taxes and tribute, learn some mystery religion, or just visit the city centers of the day, much like many Americans vacation to D.C. These two places, La Quemada and Alta Vista, were also the precursors to that city I mentioned a few times, Tula. And these two sites may have been ancestral homes of the Toltecs themselves. In Gods of Thunder, Paquetat also suggests that at this time, the 6 to 800s, this time period saw a group of northern Mexican Indians, a group known as the Chichimecs, who lived in the desert. The Chichimecs probably moved south during this period to help build Tula for the Toltecs. When I say help build, I mean they may have been helped along by the point of an obsidian spear. Then again, they may have just wanted to be a part of something larger. What if, though? What if a people just north of the Chichimecs also ventured down well-worn roads to witness the construction of the incredible structures at La Quemada? What if word got to a few local leaders or adventurous young men? What if word got to them way up in the mustard-colored desert of the San Juan Basin? The people who would later live in the Chaco phenomenon, they traded with the Mesoamericans after all. They knew the Toltecs and broader Mesoamericans were there. They learned how to plant their corn, and they'd received quite a bit of technology from them already. And the pre-Chacoans probably heard rumors from wandering priests of the Feathered Serpent religion, or Toltec traders or pre-Toltec traders. They probably heard of the unbelievable things happening to their south. One can certainly picture a brave warrior wishing to adventure south with this priest or trader on their journey back down to see what all the hubbub was about. One could even imagine after a few years that he returned to the Four Corners with incredible knowledge and power. And maybe he returned with a few of what the Americans called during the Cold War military advisors. Maybe a few Toltec Feathered Serpent military advisors were accompanying him back. More on that later. When the trading hub of La Quemada was abandoned, the people most certainly migrated south towards Tula, and there they would inhabit the all-important kingdom of the Toltecs. And this whole story is supported by Aztec legend, and the legend was recorded by that previously mentioned Fray Bernardino Sahagún. Pacatat writes of this legend, quote, Aztec legend supports this idea. The Aztec believed that both their ancestors and those of the Toltecs came from the north, from Chichimeca. In fact, archaeologists studying La Quemada and Alta Vista report the commonplace practice of ancestor veneration and human sacrifice, reminiscent of the later Aztecs. Specifically, parts of people were publicly displayed on the monumental walls at La Quemada until they fell off, accumulating in the rubble at the base of the structure. This practice included the hanging of human legs and arms from ropes down stone facades in the central precinct. It also seems to have involved the political ritual integration of desert farmers living in some 200 village settlements around the monumental complex. On special occasions, formal processions of farmers would enter La Quemada, pay homage to the great ancestors and elites, bring in necessary supplies and foodstuffs, look at the rotting human limbs hung on ropes, and then return home. End quote. Now, there's a lot to unpack there. First of all, a large ceremonial center that had political ritual integration of desert farmers living in some 200 village settlements around the central precinct? That certainly sounds familiar. Then there's the fact that this central complex took in wealth and food from these neighboring desert farmers who would have been in awe at the grand architecture around them. Chaco Canyon and Pueblo Bonito, anyone? But also, the imagery of rotting, hanging limbs that would have been seen by outside residents who pilgrimaged on special roads to the city center. Well, that's just gnarly. But it would have been a powerful statement, no doubt. I have no idea if this occurred at Chaco Canyon, and I am not suggesting that it did, but it would have been quite the image for those farmers as well. Imagine the Chacoan roads bringing in hard-working and poor agriculturalists who had to pay their tax and tribute, and hanging on the great houses were rotting human limbs. Maybe they even knew who the limbs once belonged to. As should be obvious by now, I'm trying to tie in Mesoamerican practices with the Chaco and Anasazi. But as I will point out later, the Chacoans don't absorb and use every aspect of their southern neighbors. Having said that, now I need to know if disarticulated bones have been found at the base of the great houses, at, say, Pueblo Bonito and her giant wall, her giant 1,300-foot-long wall. With Teotihuacan's downfall and then the abandonment of La Quemada, the Toltecs took over regional trading and distribution at Tula, a city, by the way, which was curiously made mostly of adobe. Chaco Canyon, after all, is partly adobe and partly stone. but very importantly, Pachime, which I will talk about much later, conclude with essentially. But Pachime is made of adobe, or as Lexon puts it, bowling balls covered in mud. Archaeologist Christy Turner of Mancorn fame wrote of these Toltecs during this time and said, quote, "Between roughly 80, 800, and 1,000, waves of diverse Mexican traits were carried into the American Southwest by cultists, priests, warriors, pilgrims, traders, miners, farmers, and others, fleeing or displaced by the widespread unrest and civil war in central Mexico. In this chaos-driven refugee scenario, a mishmash of Mesoamerican culture and language features would be expected to have reached the Southwest." End quote. Indeed, you'd think it would be expected. But before we get to the Southwest, we should talk about yet another place that saw an influx of refugees around this same time. Between 800 and 1300 AD, something that is now known as the medieval climate anomaly, or the medieval warm period, ravaged much of Central America. It caused the rains to cease for the Maya, and this ceasing of the rains most likely led to the downfall of that great civilization as they knew it. It forced the Maya back into the jungle, and it forced them to congregate around whatever water sources they could find. Alternatively, it did allow the American Southwest to have more predictable rainfall, but more on that later. The Maya world was torn upside down by this drought and climate anomaly, and it forced a group of Maya from the Yucatan Peninsula to look for hope elsewhere. It seems they found this hope at around 900 AD at a place called Huasteca. And Huasteca is at the mouth of the Panuco River, which drains into the Gulf, but the river itself begins on the Mexican plateau. And the rivers that merge into it, they'll take you right into the heart of Tula, or the heart of the Toltec Empire. This Huasteca spot, it's important because the Maya that fled there, they brought a few religious beliefs with them. And these religious beliefs would spread through the Toltec world and eventually make it to North America. And conversely, it's very probable that after the Toltec center at Tula Chica was burned, that's another story, not Tula Grande, but when Tula Chica was burned, some Toltecs came to Huasteca as well. So I believe both groups, Maya and Toltec, immigrated to these Huasteca lands and influenced it heavily. Huasteca is an important story because it highlights the fact that, well, people moved or migrated. Sometimes they migrated over great distances, especially when times got tough. Remember that the entire Southwest was once abandoned by mammals and humans alike during the Alti-Thermal. Lexon has mentioned this long-distance movement, and Pocketat reiterates it when he wrote, quote, "Lexon's point that distance was no great obstacle in the past is verifiable through archaeology and history." End quote. I talked at great length in the previous Anasazi series about migrations, had a whole episode over it. I talked about how the Puebloans could and did move great distances with ease. The Raramuri, or Tarahumara, they come to mind, and not just because they're descendants of the Anasazi. The Apaches, too, they come to mind. Although they're Athabascan, they were still great walkers and runners who were not bothered by the harsh terrain of the Southwest. The ability to travel great distances on foot seems to have been passed down from the Clovis themselves. At this somewhat Maya, somewhat Toltec center of Huasteca, and the particular site's name is Tamtok, but at Tamtok, there is evidence of something known as the Voladores. Now, this is a long quote, and it's from Pocketat, but he describes the Voladores, these acrobatic pole ritual people. He describes them perfectly. and Voladores is Spanish for flyers. Pocketat writes, quote, "The flyers, usually 5 men, parade out to a vertical freestanding pole, traditionally planted in a hole, or post pit, in the ground, extending 100 feet or more into the air. Then, in front of the gathered community, blowing conch shell trumpets and playing the flutes of the wind that brings rain god, the flyers climb to the top of the pole, around which 4 ropes attached to the pole are then wound. The opposite ends of the ropes are attached to 4 flyers and draped across a rotating 4-sided wooden framework on which the men sit. The 5th man, high above the crowd, with a breeze in the air, stands on the tip-top of the pole and, risking his life, plays a flute and dances. When ready, the other 4 men, often costumed as birds, lean back and drop their bodies off the top of the pole, from which the ropes begin to unwind. From that point, centrifugal force flings the birdmen outward as their upside-down bodies spin and rotate around the pole clockwise and slowly descend back down to the ground. In their spiral motion, the Voladores reenact the circulatory motion of winds and storms, if not the body of the feathered serpent, Quetzalcoatl. End quote. So, Quetzalcoatl is just a later rendition of Quetzalcoatl, and I will quote people calling him that, but just think of the feathered serpent when I say it. I will also mention these voladores again in connection with the mysterious world tree at Pueblo Bonito, but also later with the Mississippians. On the other side of Mesoamerica, along the Pacific coast, another group were emerging around this time of 850 AD, and they were known as the Azteclan culture. They were centered along the coastal highlands of the Pacific, and their leaders were no doubt Toltec, nose-ring-wearing elites, and they were no doubt in the Quetzalcoatl or Feathered Serpent Cult. The Azteclan people were famous for facilitating trade in cacao and copper bells, 2 things that will become important when we finally talk about Chaco Canyon. But in this same area on the Pacific coast of Mexico, long before the Azteclan tradition, their ancestors, they were building circular earthen pyramids and putting a giant pole on top. It is believed that these people created the Voladores tradition around 300 AD, and then it spread all the way to the other coast via the Toltec. And then the Voladores tradition would make its way up into the southwest before finally reaching Cahokia and modern-day Illinois. 300 AD is an interesting time for these people to have begun a new tradition, right? It's only interesting because it coincides with the banishment of the Feathered Serpent Cult from Teotihuacan. All of this is to suggest that the Toltec Empire, which would rise up after the fall of Teotihuacan, it had been forming little satellites which would ultimately surround that enormous city of Teotihuacan. And once that city fell, these places would flourish, and they would spread out in all directions, just like a spiral, or like the inside of a shell, or like the men falling from the top of the pole. They would spread from the Yucatan at Chichen Itza and Tulum to Guatemala, all the way to El Salvador, and then over to the Pacific coast of Mexico and up into the American Southwest before arriving on the Mississippi River. And everywhere they went, they brought similar beliefs and practices. By around 1000 AD, after Chaco had really taken off, there were countless examples of Mesoamerican influences in the canyon. Just to name a few, archaeologists have found, well, the obvious, corn, but they've found macaw birds, chocolate, chilies, cylindrical vessels, copper bells, effigy vessels, rattle-handed dippers, colonnades like those at La Quemada, massive roof supports that rested on giant stone wheels, just like at Tula, ceremonial wooden canes or swallowing sticks or swords, altar components of wood, T-shaped doorways, iron pyrite mosaics, shell trumpets, shell beads, shell bracelets, tower kivas, tri-walled structures, platform mounds, and I discovered this morning pyramids. Pyramids at Chaco Canyon. I'll put a picture up on the site. But besides all of that, the heart-carving knife or Toltec Tecpatl has been found at Chaco Canyon. How did all that stuff get there? How much influence did the Mesoamerican Toltecs really have on the Chaco and Anasazi? Well, before we can talk about that, let's get back up to speed on the Chaco and Anasazi themselves. Around AD 500, a whole lot of basket maker sites began popping up in the incredibly and seemingly religiously significant Chaco Canyon. Already, by 500, the canyon was the center of the Chacoan universe, and it would only become more so as time went on. By the late 700s, in the Anasazi lands of the Four Corners region of the American Southwest, small-scale battles were beginning to erupt. Settlements were being broken into, and walls were being destroyed. Timber barricades were burning, and homes were torn down. Bodies were being left unburied where they were killed. It was a violent time. There are quite a few of those in Chacoan history, all of human history. Now, I'm not actually sure who the perpetrators were at this time in the 700s. It could have been people from the north. It could have been people from the south. Heck, it could have been the Hohokam. At this time, the people of the Four Corners were living in pit houses, and they were scattered about the land. They had small-time farming plots, but they were doing a lot of hunting and gathering. They may have begun to encroach on Hohokam lands to take the all-important meat near the Mogollon Rim. Or the Hohokam may have had a ritualistic way of boys becoming men by going to war, and the backwoods Anasazi seemed like easy prey. I'm really not sure. But what I am sure about is the growing complexity of civilization, farming, and the control of water that the Hohokam were exerting in their region. That would have been amazing to the Anasazi. Pocketet cites Lexon when he discussed this very thing. He wrote, quote, Lexon, an expert in Mogollon and Pueblo archaeology and a popular figure with his own cult following, suggests that the early epiclassic or colonial growth of the Hohokam shocked and awed the backwater basket maker period and early Pueblo period farmers to the east and north. Up through the 700s, these proto-Anasazi still lived in small pit house villages. End quote. It could also have been, as Lexon suggests, violence between individual families or clans. He said the violence was more akin to, quote, a lower level of raiding and feuding, comprising sporadic, situational tit-for-tat conflicts on a family or small group scale. End quote. The lack of a central form of government or leading body or group of powerful men, it was making life even more difficult than it already was for the scattered people of the Four Corners. These raids, as well as the necessity to farm every single piece of arable land, that may have led the people of the Four Corners to consolidate. Later on in the 700s, most of these proto-Anasazi, they had congregated together in above-ground housing and they were attempting to mass farm. But each locale was different, so there was a lot of trade between these various peoples. This wasn't really trade with their neighbors, After all, their neighbors would have had similar rainfall patterns. No, this was more long-distance trade amongst the Four Corners people around the whole region. Curiously, in the late 700s, Chaco Canyon, which had up to this point plenty of small farmsteads, well, those were abandoned, mostly. The entire canyon seems to have been abandoned except for 3 particular places we call great houses. These 3 great houses actually began to expand and grow larger in the late 700s. Lexon suggests the canyon was abandoned for the north at places like Ridges Basin and Sacred Ridge and Blue Mesa in southern Colorado. An extremely interesting fact is that Chaco Canyon, before its brief abandonment in the 700s, it had settlements throughout the canyon. One large Basket Maker 3 site sat at each end of the canyon, and then hundreds of sites laid between them. Then, the entire, nearly 9-mile line heads north and creates another 9-mile line of settlements in southern Colorado at the places I just mentioned. But that brief movement ends poorly, and the people would end up moving back down to Chaco in that same 7 to 9 mile line on that all-important Chaco Meridian. Also, by the late 700s, one very pretty southwestern stone began to be traded extensively in the Southwest, and only a few decades later, this stone, turquoise, it would find its way all the way to the Yucatan Peninsula. So something big was taking shape at Chaco Canyon. It's possible that even by this early date, the Southwest had already been visited by Southerners from Mesoamerica. By 830 or 840 AD, many Anasazi areas in the Four Corners were now constructing blocks, big blocks of masonry, above-ground masonry, which is a very Mesoamerican way of building. But a lot of Four Corners area were using masonry, although in the higher up altitudes, the old underground pit houses were still dominant, and they would be for quite some time. David Stewart, in his seminal work Anasazi America, makes a great observation saying these people up north in the Mesa Verde region and the other highlands, they didn't really like the changes that were going on in the south, and they were just waiting them out. Maybe they didn't like the people implementing the changes. Maybe they didn't like these Southerners. Now, as I'll make clear shortly, I believe the influence from Mesoamerica had already begun at Chaco Canyon. Let me just do a quick aside here. I won't be getting into it very deeply, well, really beyond this statement, but I believe the Fremont culture in the canyons and mountains of Colorado and Utah, I believe they saw the changes occurring and the influence of the new technology and culture. This new way of living that was beginning to dominate Chaco, I think they saw it, and they too were holding out and resisting against the new power structure which was emerging in the canyon, much like the Mesa Verdeans were attempting to do. The Fremont were probably connected in some ways to the Mesa Verdeans, biologically I mean. As you'll hear, Chaco would become a domineering presence in the lives of the Anasazi and Ancestral Puebloans. Both these Highlanders, the Mesa Verdeans and the Fremont, wanted nothing to do with it. Eventually, the Fremont either went extinct through starvation or, much more likely, they so thoroughly mixed with the Shoshone and Utes and maybe even Athabascans that they were completely absorbed into those encroaching populations. David Roberts briefly mentions the Fremont in Escalante's dream over the D&E expedition. Now, I made a note of what he said years ago, and thankfully I'm good at keeping notes, so I have it here. But in Escalante's dream, he cites a researcher who suggested the Fremont may have even went out on the Great Plains to become the Kiowa. Regardless of what happened to them, some of them did survive up until 1500, way up in northern Utah. But that's the last any archaeologist sees of them. So, the mystery of the Fremont will remain that, a mystery. But I have a feeling that there were people of the area who had been in the land a long time, but who wanted no part of the new Chacoan system, which was beginning to grow. So, they went north into even harsher territory until they disappeared with the passing of time. In the mid-800s, 10 to 20,000 new farmsteads popped up in the American Southwest, and as archaeologist Linda Cordell pointed out, every possible and arable farmland in the region was being used to plant food. But since rain didn't always come, they needed to store as much as they could for the tough and dry years, which led to even larger masonry structures. Masonry storehouses, if you will, or warehouses, aka great houses. And great houses were beginning to pop up around Chaco, not just within its mustard-colored walls, but all around the region. David Stewart, in Anasazi, America, states that by the late 800s, as all the land was being farmed, and as some people yielded crops and others didn't, the people of the Four Corners would trade surplus among each other in pottery vessels, because they had now switched from basket making. And around the late 800s, pottery vessels and their production soared. So pottery vessels, which technology had come up from Mexico, they began to be more and more important. To help facilitate this trade of pottery vessels, stuffed with food, no doubt, these storage warehouses or great houses at Chaco Canyon, that's where everyone began to take their surplus. Or alternatively, they used to accept surplus grains from those who ruled over the great houses in tough times. Then again, in a lecture I heard from Lexon in the summer of 2024, he said something to the effect of, everything comes in and nothing leaves. So, did they take corn in those rough years? Curiously, these Chacoan great houses within the canyon, they were actually built on top of much older pit houses, which meant there was something special about these locations. Well, I tend to think the canyon itself is a special location, not just to the Anasazi, but also to those who visit now. There's something about it. And these Anasazi knew that. So the great houses were being built on top of older, matrilineal pit houses, I assume. Pit houses from that time before they went up north to Colorado. So now they came back down and they're building these newer great houses on top of the older important settlements from Basket Maker 3. The rulers of the great houses, they were descended from the ones who built the earlier pit houses, probably in the 500s. Except a new patrilineal line had come to town by the 800s. And then once 900 AD hit, change began to accelerate rapidly in the land of the Anasazi. Now, obviously, this change came at a cost. And I would like to quickly highlight a very important point that David Stewart reiterates quite a bit in Anasazi, America. It was not really something I thought of prior to reading his book, but meat. Meat is, has always, and will always be an extremely important staple for humans. But the lowlands like Chaco Canyon, they didn't have too much of it. They could farm, well, not Chaco Canyon, but the lands around Chaco Canyon could farm. All of the San Juan Basin could farm, but finding the meat, that was a different story. The uplands, though, they had meat. The mountain ranges that surrounded Chaco, they had meat. Areas like the Chusca Mountains or Mount Taylor, areas like Mesa Verde, they had the meat. And this, especially that Mesa Verde part, this could explain or help explain, the separation between the two groups very early on. You know, I had an entire episode about the Anasazi Civil War, which I pit the Mesoamerican against the Chacoans, and I still believe that. And this just helps reinforce their separation from almost the beginning. Chaco at first may have depended on Mesa Verde for meat. It was a lot tougher for the Mesa Verdeans to grow, although they did try in every conceivable piece of land. So the Mesa Verdeans, who were waiting out the cultural shifts in Chaco Canyon, they had some advantage over Chaco, and that was in their ability to gather meat from the many beasts of the San Juans and Rockies. This lack of meat may have been the original catalyst for Chaco moving up to Sacred Ridge in the first place. And then when that didn't work out and it turned violent, and the Chacoans went back down south to Chaco Canyon, the Mesa Verdeans didn't forget it. They didn't let the Anasazi forget it, so they walled themselves off, and they blocked the transport of meat. So it wasn't that the Chacoans and Mesa Verdeans were always at odds. It was just when the Chacoans came north, violence happened, and then the Chacoans went back down south, that the Mesa Verdeans began to wall themselves off and cut off all the meat. And I mean all the meat. Stewart points to a study that surprisingly said that by AD 900, game was so scarce in the Chaco Valley that meat only made up 10% of their diet. And at the same time, the Mesa Verdeans and the people directly below that mesa in the Navajo Reservoir District, they began to wall themselves off, and they were refusing to trade with the Chacoans. As a matter of fact, by that year 900, no meat at all came to the Chacoans from the Mesa Verde region. And this only further bolsters my claim that by 900, the Mesoamericans, or their cult leaders, had already arrived, and the people to the north wanted nothing to do with them. And this rift would only grow. Eventually, it would lead to what I previously called the Anasazi Civil War. And with that war came man-corn. But it is also important to remember that around this same time, a whole bunch of Mesa Verdeans did actually go down to Chaco Canyon and help form it. A whole bunch of them. But we'll talk about what happened to them later. It was around the year AD 850. It was a year that all Chacoan archaeologists and researchers know very well. It was around that year when the two quote-unquote founders of Chaco were buried. Their burial is the most extravagant burial up to that point and since that point in the American Southwest. The two older gentlemen in room 33 of Pueblo Bonito, they were buried with ceramics, flutes, wooden sword-swallowing sticks, a conch shell trumpet, shell bracelets, a basket encased entirely with turquoise effigy pieces, and 40,000 pieces of turquoise. Some of these pieces were so small, archaeologists had to use a magnifying glass to see them. Which brings up a quick aside. In the spring of 25, my friend and I explored some ruins south of El Malpais in New Mexico. Once we found the ruins, the first thing I did was head straight for the ant mounds. That's where the small and neat stuff can really be found. The ants are great archaeologists. I learned that from a Santa Clara Puebloan on the Puye Cliff Dwellings tour with my wife. Well, visiting the ants paid off. I found, sitting near the opening of the anthill, an incredibly small, perfectly round piece of turquoise with a tiny hole in the center. I had found a turquoise bead. I took a picture of this turquoise bead on my finger, and I'll have it on the page for this episode. But dear listener, even though I followed the rules, I deeply regret doing so. I put that tiny piece of turquoise right back on the ant mound. And do you know where that incredible bead is now? That's right. No one does. And no one will ever find that tiny piece again. It washed away with all the rain and snow we got this spring. And I am still kicking myself, and I don't care if that's against the ethics of exploring sites. But of course, leave no trace and don't take nothing home. But back to these two quote-unquote founders, these two individuals that were buried in room 33 at Chaco with all that amazing stuff. They were put behind a sealed door, which archaeologist George Hubbard Pepper broke through in the 1890s. Also included in their massive loot were a few elaborately chipped, double-edged flint knives from the Edwards Plateau of Texas. These knives could easily be identified as the Toltec Tecpotl heart-carving knives that were used in human sacrifices. Tim Pocketat summarizes these knives and writes that they were, quote, about 6 to 10 inches long and is made in a distinctive shape, elongate and double-edged in form and wide at the top, with a needle-like tip. End quote. They're often carved onto human sacrificial benches called chacmules that are found deep in Mesoamerica. A very famous chacmule carved into the shape of a man that was used to bend victims over and then carve their heart out and slit their throats. A very famous one has been found at Chichen Itza. And on that stone man's arm is a Tecpotl. These two turquoise gentlemen were no doubt the founders and architects and leaders of early Chaco Canyon. They were the great men of the great houses. That area of Pueblo Bonito saw 300 years of burials, and all of them were related through a matrilineal line. These burials would later include macaws and Mesoamerican cylindrical vessels filled with cacao or chocolate. Both of those items were imported from Mexico. These burials were from 10 generations, and like I said, they were all related. These were the rulers of Chaco Canyon. And I propose that while the women were from Chaco or the area, the men who founded this dynasty were from Mesoamerica. This dynasty truly had special privileges, too. As if the previous grave goods didn't give that away. They had a birthright. They commanded the four corners. Or at least they tried to. Lexon suggests these people were the rain bringers. He also said, quote, the people that lived in the great houses were gods, semi-divine, end quote. And their great houses were no doubt temples. As young archaeologist Rob Weiner points out, if these great houses had been found anywhere else in the world, that's exactly what they would have been called, a temple. And the religious and political leaders of Chaco lived in them. And they lived a lot better than the rest of the people in the four corners. The Chacoan elites, they lived longer, they were taller, and they were far, unbelievably so, far more wealthy in goods than the rest of the Anasazi or ancestral Puebloans. They had goods from all over Mexico, goods from the Hohokam, goods from the Gulf of America, from California, Alberta, and Canada, from the Dakotas. The list goes on. Michael Matthewitz, in his A History of Cacao in West Mexico, Implications for Mesoamerica and U.S. Southwest Connections, I love paper titles, but he writes, quote, elite religious power at Chaco Canyon was strongly associated with socio-political power and the emergence of social complexity and closely tied to control of Mesoamerican-derived luxury goods, ritual knowledge, and social relationships. The prestige goods acquired by Chacoan elites, for example, conch shell trumpets, cacao, scarlet macaws, copper, all indicate that aspects of a nascent solar-oriented flower world ceremonial complex adopted from Mesoamerica served as a ritual basis for political legitimization after AD 850 or 900. End quote. In Gods of Thunder, Tim Pocketat writes of Chaco Canyon and says, quote, consisting of a dozen multi-story great houses and dozens of smaller family units, Chaco Canyon is the largest complex of masonry buildings ever constructed in pre-colonial America north of Teotihuacan and Tula. End quote. This massive area may have, at most, housed around 2,000 people. Just the canyon. Despite all of this massive architecture, no one but the elites and their entourage lived there. Outside of Chaco, there are well over 3,200 sites that may have housed 60 to 70,000 people, although I have seen higher estimates. But inside the canyon itself, there were very few people. That area was reserved for this nobility class of power and religious prestige. And no doubt, everyone outside of the canyon had an obligation to one of the many great houses, almost like the European feudal system. And to build these great houses that could reach 5 stories tall, it took some 240,000 timbers, some of which came in from 75 miles away. Researcher Richard Fisher, whom I will quote a bit from later, he wrote in his The Scarlet Macaw Clan Migration, Chaco Canyon Anasazi to Pachime, he wrote that, quote, some of the larger logs weighed up to 1,000 pounds and were estimated to be as much as 14 feet in length. Tom Windiz further detailed that the average log weighed 300 pounds and was carried at waist level by 8 porters using cross members for support. Some of the larger logs may have required as many as 16 porters carrying this load over an 8 to 10 day period. End quote. The entirety of Chaco Canyon and its great houses, according to David Stewart, took between 2 million and 6 million hours of labor to construct and maintain. And the corn that's been found in the canyon? All but one cob, just one lowly corn cob, were grown outside of the canyon's mustard-colored walls. As Lexon puts it, everything came into Chaco, and nothing left. Pueblo Bonito alone had 33 kivas that were built, rebuilt, torn down, and had new foundations put in regularly. Stewart calls this amount of work, quote-unquote, energetically inefficient. But I will talk about why they may have done all of this to the Kivas shortly in my most controversial statement of this episode. A statement even I am not completely sold on. I could go either way with it, but it's an interesting idea. Pueblo Bonito had a wall that stretched 1,300 feet long. The great house had 700 rooms, and it took up nearly 5 acres. David Stewart wrote, quote, no other masonry apartment block of this scale was built in North America until the 1880s, nearly 800 years later. End quote. But let me say, I don't believe Bonito was an apartment complex. Still, it's an incredibly impressive structure that was built by a people who were often starving and ravished with anemia. Something compelled the Chacoans to build this incredible ancient site. I and others believe that the Chaco Canyon great houses were warehouses to store the many goods that were brought into the canyon at the behest of the elite. I also believe they were temples, and also believe that they housed the elite. The same elite that demanded corn from the surrounding areas that lowly agriculturalists grew. Maybe they distributed this corn back out when there were times of need, but there were other reasons to house that much corn, which I will talk about later. But beyond being warehouses, the great houses were also religious in nature. In Gods of Thunder, Tim Pocketat wrote, quote, the canyon, as it turns out, is naturally aligned to a maximum south moonrise and, in the opposite direction, a maximum north moon set. These are the extreme points on the horizon, sometimes called lunar standstills or lunistices, where the full moon will rise and set in succeeding months once every 18.6 years, or about once every human generation. End quote. And that lunar standstill is the phenomenon that can be seen at Chimney Rock, where the moon rises between the naturally occurring rock spires at the most northern point of the moonrise, or the lunar standstill. Chimney Rock is an incredible place that I suggest everyone visit. My wife and I went there for my birthday in 2024, and even on a cloudy, moody, and cool early summer day, it was breathtaking. In Chaco, though, Pueblo Bonito was built with the sun's orientation in mind, and the great house Quetzalcoatl was built with this lunar standstill in mind. And I learned that in the incredible hour-long film Written on the Landscape, Mysteries Beyond Chaco Canyon. I suggest everyone rent that for $1 on Amazon Prime and watch it. Not only is it educational, but it is beautifully shot. I also learned in that film that Pueblo Bonito is basically built like a conch shell or a spiral. You have to watch it to see what I mean. It's fitting I made the spiral the focus of the previous Anasazi episode about migration. It truly was a very important theme to the Anasazi. And that theme probably came from their religious beliefs about water and the underworld. Beliefs they may have inherited from their southern Mesoamerican neighbors. And speaking of shells, I mentioned earlier that one of the founders was buried with a conch shell trumpet. I read an interesting article by Mike Milligan titled Ancient Pueblo Used Conch Shell Trumpets for Communication. And in that article, he talks about exactly that. And I'll quote from the article now. They, meaning the researchers, they found that if somebody blew a conch shell trumpet from the great house at the center of all 5 Chacoan communities, the sound would have reached almost all of the surrounding settlements. This suggests that ancient Puebloans may have managed the land use and community structures around the sound of trumpets. The sound was potentially used to signal communal activities, such as religious ceremonies. Quote, "This is not unlike the idea of a medieval church bell calling a community to mass," end quote, states Professor Van Dyck. It also indicates how Chacoan heritage sites should be managed going forward. Quote, "Soundscapes were meaningful dimensions of past experiences, landscapes, and environments, and are important facets of social interaction in the ancient world," observes Professor Van Dyck. "Management of archaeological and heritage sites should incorporate consideration of the auditory environment." End all quotes. Chaco Canyon truly does have an incredible auditory landscape, which can only be witnessed when you visit. Now, I believe that platform mounds, tower kivas, and this newly discovered pyramid would have been used as a place to blow the conch shells. And I will talk about all of those structures shortly. I don't want to focus too much on the great houses, because I've talked about them at length in the previous series, but they truly are an incredible and beautiful feature of the Anasazi. It's what they left on the landscape for us to marvel at. They were created for that very purpose, too, for people to marvel at. Much like Teotihuacan and La Quemada and the pyramids throughout all Mesoamerica. Or the earthen pyramids at Cahokia in Illinois. As Tim Pocketat writes of the great houses, they, quote, "mimicked local geology, were aligned to celestial movements, and were the abodes of ancestral spirits." End quote. But of course, they were also the seat of regional Chacoan power. A power that may not have been as benevolent as Pueblo mystique leads one to believe. What kind of regional power was Chaco? An empire like Rome? It was certainly powerful, but no, it wasn't that. A kingdom like the Toltecs? That's closer, certainly. It was, as I mentioned in the previous series and as Lexon suggests, quote, "all to pedal adjacent," end quote. And an altipetal is a rotating kingdom that allows these deity kingly class to take turns ruling. At the Southwest Seminar in 2024, Lexon stated something to the effect of, Chaco would have, quote, known about that form of government. They were not ignorant. The idea of an altipetal was in the zeitgeist. End quote. We may never know what form of government, or really theocracy, the Chaco Anasazi had, but its power is in its works. Works which for 300 years were constantly updated and expanded, right up until the whole thing collapsed in on itself like a crashing wave on a seashell. Tim Pocketat sums up the great houses and their significance well when he wrote, quote, at many of the great houses, every decade, 9.3 years, or 2, 18.6 years, a new wall would be added, a room block expanded, old doorways blocked up, or kivas sealed up and built over. Processions of people would enter the canyon carrying timbers cut from distant mountains, pots made by distant potters, and food to feed the many people who would labor to build the marvelous multi-story monuments that grew bigger with each pulse. They would have heard the stories of their own parents, grandparents, aunts, and uncles, and they would in turn tell their own children of their wonderful works. End quote. Well, yeah, tell their children and warn them not to resist. But I will say there had to have been a proud calling. There would have been a religious experience in building them. Of that I have no doubt. Sure, there was probably a lot of it done at the point of a spear or an arrowhead. But still, I think something like Chaco Canyon couldn't have been built by fear alone. So something religious was happening with the people when they built these incredible works. That cannot be denied. You can't talk about Chaco, though, without talking about the incredible Chacoan roads. Roads which tied the entire Anasazi world, which was the size of Ohio, tied it all together. Surrounding Chaco Canyon are around 150 known other, but lesser, but still impressive, great houses. And all of these great houses were connected to Chaco through these 30-foot wide avenues that were dug down up to 3 feet sometimes, but they were dug down into the desert landscape, which was a feat that is incredibly impressive and must have taken massive amounts of work. The roads, are truly monumental in and of themselves. Up to 400 miles of Chacoan roads have been discovered so far. But with LiDAR, there is no doubt more to be discovered. Every great house had one or more roads. Some of these roads point towards springs or buttes and other features on the landscapes. Some point to shrines. Some point to astronomical events. But all Chacoan roads emanate out of great houses. Some Chaco roads point to other disused great houses. John Stein and Andrew Fowler call these time bridge roads. And these researchers describe them as umbilical cords that would link upper great houses to lesser great houses, and similarly, older great houses to great houses no longer in use. As I mentioned, the Chaco roads were around 30 feet wide, a width that seems impractical to a people without wheels or beasts of burden. These roads were scraped to the bedrock, and they were lined with whatever they dug out of the desert floor. If the roads went on sandstone, though, as was often the case, the Chacoans lined this part of the road with various rocks from the surrounding landscape. And all the roads were straight. It did not matter what was in the way. They built staircases and footholds and toeholds and handholds into the sandstone going up and down. They built ramps and they even possibly built bridges. It didn't matter what the landscape offered in the form of an obstacle. The Chacoans kept that road straight through all terrain. Lining the roads in many places, especially at intersections, were horseshoe-shaped stone structures called quote-unquote shrines. Found among the stones are tons of small artifacts, like pieces of turquoise and ceramic potsherds, These structures are called herraduras, or horseshoes, in Spanish. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if these shrines were also a form of toll booth, but they could have just been places to worship along the way, though. Because the main purpose, at least during the Chacoan era, for these Chaco roads that emanated out of every great house, their purpose was an avenue for tribute. Of course, they were many things, but first and foremost, this was the sacred avenue with which to bring your wares, your taxes, your tribute to Chaco Canyon. Whether that tribute was corn, turquoise, salt from the mines in Nevada, or timbers from the mountains to build and upkeep the great houses with, your feet fell on the Chacoan avenues. Now, of course, not all roads are purely for depositing tribute. As I mentioned, some went to landscape features, some even headed to natural springs. Oftentimes, along those avenues to the springs are petroglyphs with water animals and sandals. Like literal road signs saying, "Walk this way for water." There's even a road from Chaco Canyon that goes into a canyon north, which could have been a symbolism for their underworld. There are also parallel roads, which I cannot fathom a reason for, honestly, but they may have aligned with the lunar standstills of the upper and the lower part of the moon as it goes across the landscape throughout the year. In Anasazi, America, David Stewart writes about these roads, and he gives a little interesting tidbit about a possible practical reason for them. He wrote, quote, "In 1977, E. Pierre Morin, a young archaeologist working on the excavation of a Chacoan outlier called Salmon Ruin, carried out some practical experiments with a respirometer, which measures oxygen usage during exercise. He discovered that walking along the remnants of Chacoan roads between any 2 points reduced caloric expenditures by an average of 38%, compared with walking the same distance on the natural desert floor a few feet outside the roadbed." End quote. Now, that's pretty nifty. As I will talk about, saving calories was of utmost importance to a feast or famine population that lived in the American Southwest. At that Southwest seminar, Lexon spoke of some eyebrow-raising connections of the Chacoan roads to the Mesoamericans. Again, I'm semi-quoting him from the notes I took, but he essentially said the Maya built roads. They were raised causeways, though. The Chaco roads were carved, as we just said. Most Maya roads connected pyramids to each other or to cenotes. End semi-quote. And here's time for another quick aside about cenotes. Cenotes are limestone caves which the roof has collapsed and the cave is filled with water. They are all over the Yucatan, and they're pretty awesome. During my field school in Belize, when I was digging up Maya ruins, after a hard day's work, we'd pack into old beat-up trucks and drive through the jungle and the fields to a local cenote. And this cenote had a tree which hung over the water's edge. Cenotes don't have a beach. It's just a massive hole straight down into a cave. You cannot see the bottom. But the local Mennonite young men had hammered a ladder into the tree. And we used that ladder to climb up high into the branches and do ridiculous jumps and flips into the cenote. We just had to watch out for those little caimans. I'll have a couple pictures of my time in Belize up at the site for this episode. Back to Lexon, though. Quote, "The Maya built massive raised causeways that connected pyramids and city centers to cenotes or other settlements, very similar to the Chacoan great houses and their carved straight rows that connected water sources or other great houses and settlements to Chaco." End quote. So the things that make the Chacoan phenomenon so exciting and memorable are the great houses, the roads, and the Kivas. I have talked about the Kivas extensively in the last series, so I won't really talk about them much, except for this new and exciting theory, which I'm not yet sold on. I mean, we've all seen the Kivas. These are the circular structures that eventually became ceremonial rooms for the later Puebloans. But were they always ceremonial? Well, yes, they were, always, especially to a people whose religion centered around corn. The Kivas really came into their own around AD 1040, but they were being built for hundreds of years before that, possibly 500 in Chaco Canyon proper, but definitely for the past 200 years, which is about the same time the quote-unquote founders of Chaco arrived, most likely from Mesoamerica. These big Kivas first appeared in the 800s at the Chacoan Great Houses. David Stewart in Anasazi America sums them up and says of them, quote, "It is also important to recall that the first large, highly formalized Kivas are found at the Great Houses. True, Chacoan Kivas are usually masonry-lined and have far fewer floor features, like hearths, subfloor storage pits, ceiling bins, partitioned storage nooks, and so forth, than pit structures do. Great houses and Kivas, that is, storage and ritual, were Chaco Canyon specialties." End quote. Now, obviously, I agree with great houses as warehouses and temples. What if the Kivas weren't ceremonial in the sense that we're thinking of, but instead were also storehouses? But instead of storing the various things that were brought in like turquoise, they stored and housed and smoked corn. What if Kivas were also structures meant to be warehouses, but purely for corn? But what about their ceremonial functions? The Puebloans clearly used Kivas for ceremony. Therefore, the Chaco Anasazi, from whom they're descended, they must have also used them for ceremony too, right? If you'll remember, after the Anasazi Civil War, the ancestral Puebloans broke from many a tradition of the Anasazi. They purposely changed their culture so as not to reflect too much of the old ways. There seems to be a clean break of sorts. I mean, there was a lot of tradition and beliefs kept, but it cannot be denied that the ancestral Puebloans rejected much of Anasazi. It's also important to remember that for a time, especially in the beginning of the Anasazi era, the time during this medieval climate anomaly, the rains were predictable and steady. Times were good. Now, there were occasional small droughts, but hopefully they had enough corn stored up. Although, recovered bodies do show quite a few signs of starvation in early years. But corn was growing everywhere, for the most part. It was also being brought into Chaco as tribute on those Chacoan roads. Now, where did the great houses store the corn? They certainly could have stored it in the great houses themselves in various rooms. Could they have also used the Kivas as giant corn grain silos? But then we get back to the question of, if and they were silos, where did ceremonies take place? Now, I answer that question with, it's the same answer as the Hohokam, the Mesoamericans, the Caddoans, and the Cahokians. Platform mounds. Tim Pacatat writes about Kivas. Well, everyone does. You can't talk about Chaco without talking about Kivas. But Tim writes this of them, quote, "By the 9th century, formal Kivas appear, though it remains unclear when these became associated with the Mesoamericanoid wind and rain god in the form of conch shell trumpet rituals. The earliest great Kivas in the canyons, 2 basket maker 3 pit house villages, however, lacked a fundamental characteristic of Vehicato Quetzalcoatl shrines in Mesoamerica at the time: verticality. This may have been remedied by later great Kivas and tower Kivas, those with exaggerated vertical walls. Kiva verticality came along during the pulse of monumental construction in 1040, the beginning of the so-called Bonito phase. At that time, several of the best and biggest great Kivas were constructed with exterior walls that projected 6 to 10 feet above the ground, giving them massive, elevated flat roofs that could have doubled as stages in ritual performances. The most singular such vertical great Kiva, Casa Rinconada, occupies the very center of Chaco Canyon, opposite Pueblo Bonito. End quote. Could Kivas have been ceremonial platform mounds that were filled with corn on the inside while the ceremonies occurred above them? Pocketak continues, quote, Tower Kivas were even taller, 2 or 3 stories. Some of these were not standalone towers, but above-ground constructions built inside rectangular rooms, perhaps to stabilize their walls. One such tower, encased inside the northwestern corner of a late-dating great house in the canyon, Quincletzo, was built quite intentionally atop a large unmodified boulder of sandstone that had fallen from the canyon wall 100 feet above centuries earlier. The boulder comprises beautiful large mollusk shell fossils, constructing the entire great house wall in Kiva atop it. Chacoan masons carefully fitted their blocks into every irregularity of the natural boulder in a clear attempt to preserve the fossils on the face of the rock, and, presumably, link the building above with the ancient watery realm preserved in the fossilized rock below. End quote. By now, the Chaco Anasazi would have adopted Mesoamerican beliefs about the shell and water in the underworld. Clearly, Kivas were ceremonial. But for a people who did not separate the spiritual and ritual from the day-to-day, growing and harvesting corn was also ceremonial. Corn came from the ground or Mother Earth. Corn sprang up from the ground when given water. Water, too, sprang up from the ground. Well, when it wasn't falling in lightning-charged monsoon storms. Shells, too, came from the water. Heck, the entire structure of Pueblo Bonito may have been in the shape of the inside of a spiraling conch shell. Again, you've got to check out the very beautifully shot and well-written On the Landscape film. So Kivas, especially Tower Kivas, they may have been, during the Chacoan area, platform mounds, wonderfully circular platform mounds. Circular platform mounds like the Aztlan peoples used in West Mexico, or the Huastec people used in East Mexico. Some of these Tower Kivas are 4 stories tall. One of them, at Quinaa, about 30 miles from Chaco, was about 40 feet off the desert floor. The ceremonies that would have been occurring on top of these Tower Kivas would have been seen and admired by the people coming into Chaco to deposit their tribute. Instead of ceremonies being hidden away in dark and smoky Kivas, they would have been on display, highlighting the elite's power as they summoned rain, or attempted to. This would have been needed to be seen, these ceremonies, the bringing of the rain. Thanks for the tribute, and look, we're doing something to help you out in the hinterlands. We're bringing the rain with our publicly displayed and extravagant ceremonies high up on this Tower Kiva, or high up on this platform mound. John D. Pohl cites Lexon. Well, everyone cites Lexon. But Pohl wrote, quote, Platform mounds and high-status burials of individuals with extraordinary amounts of wealth objects, conversely, suggest the existence of paramount nobles, essentially kings and queens, end quote. And these kings and queens would have needed to justify their existence. And they did that by elaborate public displays of ceremonies atop the kivas or the platform mounds. And speaking of platform mounds, the great houses had platform mounds. Every archaeologist and every write-up of a site says something to the effect of, there are some pit houses, there are some kivas, there's a multi-story great house, and there's a trash mitten right in front of the great house. A trash midden is what archaeologists call a dump. Essentially, the Anasazi built these incredible masonry structures and then hid them behind a huge pile of their own trash. A heaping pile of trash discarded right outside of their ritual, ceremonial, and prestigious great houses. Now, I reject this interpretation of the trash middens, and I suggest they are eroded and dilapidated, purposefully built platform pyramids or platform mounds, like the ones the Mississippians built, or the Hohokam built, or even the Mesoamericans built. While it is true they are filled with trash, that's what they had to use, trash and stone. All they had was sand. So you built the mound with what you had, and then you cover it with sand and soil, and now you have an elevated structure to even further show off your power and prestige. You have an even more prestigious way to show off that you're doing something. You're communicating with the gods to bring that rain. Thankfully, I found a recent paper which also suggests this view of the trash heaps being platform mounds. It isn't something I came up with. Not at all. Other smarter, more intelligent researchers have been putting this theory of the platform mounds forward. And I believe it is gaining traction. I say that because in that film, Riding on the Landscape, and in another video my Southwest Seminar friend Matt sent me titled Room 33, Chaco Canyon's room with a view into the past, both of these videos show a digital reconstruction of Pueblo Bonito, and both of them prominently show two platform mounds that rise above the Pueblo. The platform mounds commonly known as trash middens. Rich Friedman, I believe, is the one who put together the digital reconstruction of, well, the entire Chaco Canyon, kind of corrected for its mistakes over the years, but also he put these two platform mounds in the digital reconstruction in both Room 33 and Written on the Landscape. But this article I read by 5 researchers titled The Pueblo Bonito Mounds, Formation History, Architectural Context, and Representational Fields, it says, quote, refuse mounds at residential sites are common in the ancestral Puebloan region of the northern U.S. Southwest, but only 2 have been interpreted as possible platform mounds, both at Pueblo Bonito and Chaco Canyon. And it goes on to say, quote, mound formation at Chaco Canyon great houses created formal features in public spaces during a period of rapid, unprecedented change in social relations and should be seen as elements in representational fields. But mounds were not an institutionalized part of the Chaco experience in the way that platform mounds were in other parts of the Americas. End quote. Now, my only qualm is that I don't believe that last part is correct. I think the great houses built during the Chacoan era, especially towards the end, were all built with platform mounds in front of them. Researcher and adventurer Richard Fisher, he talks about these platform mounds and tower kivas in his The Scarlet Macaw Clan Migration, Chaco Canyon Anasazi to Pachime. Fisher must talk about these platform mounds because he posits that the kivas were grain silos. That was his idea. Therefore, the Anasazi had to use platform mounds for ceremonies, because the kivas were filled with corn. He writes, quote, noted archaeologist Thomas C. Windez records extensive mounds at the McPhee Pueblo, which, quoting Windez, quote, had an abnormally large outside midden, reaching more than 3 feet in height. At Casa del Rio, located along the Chaco River, the multiple midden platform mound is more impressive. It reaches 16 feet above the surrounding terrain and makes up an estimated 2,230 cubic yards of material and is visible for miles around. End all quotes. Richard Fisher records 11 great houses with large mounds. Wupatki also had platform mounds, although they're formed during the end of the Chacoan era. As just mentioned, one of these platform mounds is 16 feet tall. Others are 10 feet tall. Most of the others are a little bit smaller. Fisher does a good job of citing quite a few archaeologists on this as well. He says the same thing I said earlier, too. Actually, I cribbed what I said earlier from him. But he asserts that all these great houses had trash bins in front of them. That's what everyone is taught in school. But these trash bins are more likely than not platform mounds. If these people are heavily influenced by the Mesoamericans, which I believe they were, the Anasazi rulers probably would have been insistent that a platform mound be built. After all, they've been built since 300 in the west part of Mexico and 900 in the east. Fisher writes further, Quote, I note that most archaeologists whom I have interviewed agree that great houses from this time period were built to be seen from a distance. Many, if not most, of these great houses have what has been identified as a large trash midden in front. I question the Anasazi would build a great house that was meant to be seen from a distance and then put a trash mound right outside the front door. I suggest that these are platform mounds. Since the predominant material in this region is sand, the platform mounds have eroded into rounded hillocks. End quote. He further argues his point by saying, no one is buried in Kivas, but burials are common in these trash-midden platform mounds. He writes essentially, people bury their dead in religious structures, not where their food is stored and made. Because again, he argues that kivas are for storing and preparing corn, not for religious ceremonies, although storing and preparing corn would have been seen as a religious ceremony, but not like later Puebloans did. Kivas are religious ceremonies for the Puebloans. He believes they were not that until the dissolution of the Chacoan system in 1270 or so. Fisher writes of this kivas as storage and platform mounds as religious structures, and he says that he believes, quote, religious ceremonies took place on platform mounds that have been identified as trash middens, which are prominently displayed in front of many great houses. At Chaco Canyon and elsewhere, current era 850 to 1275, approximately 40 to 60% of the space is in round rooms, causing Chaco Canyon to be interpreted as a major religious center. My counter-argument is that the Tarahumaras report that 90% of the meaning of life surrounds food, and it is totally integrated into their religious belief system. I say that with 40 to 60% of the architectural space in Pueblo Bonito and other Chaco and great houses dedicated to food storage and preparation, this control of the food supply would have given tremendous political power and been a major draw for religious ceremonies. This proposal is completely consistent with all of the accepted archaeological evidence. End quote. The Tarahumara, or Raramuri, remember, from my last series, are most likely Anasazi descendants who took to the Sierra Madre after the destruction of Pachime. Although they are not the only descendants. So with all this, what do you think? Could kivas have been corn silos? An archaeologist mutual friend on X or Twitter certainly disagreed with me when I posited Richard Fisher's theory to my followers on social media. His reaction was, has this Fisher fella excavated a kiva? I have, and it ain't a corn silo. So there are certainly detractors and quite a bit of pushback. I emailed Lexon to get his opinion, but I have not heard back from him as of this recording. I imagine that is because he, too, is aghast at that possibility. I am not personally 100% convinced. Maybe 50% convinced. I don't know. But the more I think about it and read and do a little studying of my own, I am starting to not come around to it, but think it more plausible. I don't have an academic career, so I won't get in any institutional trouble. I don't even publish archaeology books either, so I'm safe there. I technically get to talk about all the crazy stuff I want to since this is my show. People get insane amount of views on giants being in the New World, so I figure I can suggest a little subversion by theorizing with Fisher that the kivas were grain silos. Again, I'm not sold, but it's a very interesting idea. And after all, I'm just guessing. Fisher writes of all this, quote, Anasazi scholar Ian Thompson observes, there is no Pueblo word for religion, no word distinguishing religion from every moment of life from conception to death. Life and religion are the same. End quote. In my view, herein lies the fundamental conundrum. The large banks of Anasazi silos stored tons of corn. This is not inconsistent with religion. In fact, as the most important thing in life, these silos were the center of religious life for the Chaco Canyon Anasazi. To confound the issue, there are two types of round rooms, small and large, at Chaco Canyon. My research has found that the small round rooms are for long-term storage of grain, and the large round rooms are essentially community ceremonial kitchens. The Chacoan religious structures were the platform mounds, which was what might be expected across North America during that time period. End all quotes. Fisher goes on to say that he believes that sometime in the 1200s, as the Chacoan world fell apart, the Kivas would have been emptied of their stored corn, and then the Kachina culture took over, and Kivas did in fact evolve into religious ceremonial structures. Probably even by the time the Mesoamerican briefly re-inhabited the canyon, which I will discuss later. It's also worthy to point out that all religious artifacts have been found in square rooms, not round rooms. And again, no one is buried in round rooms at Pueblo Bonito or most of the other large Anasazi sites. They are buried in square rooms, possibly even these platform mounds. I have seen pictures of racks in Kivas. Could they have been drying racks? Could the benches have been places to store corn? Could the Kivas have been plugged to build up carbon monoxide, which would kill the pests that ravaged massive stores of food? Fisher thinks so. He writes, quote, "The Anasazi used live coals in the hearth below the humidity control box to manage environmental conditions in the storage chamber above. The smoke and tannins released from the charcoal helped flavor, preserve, and protect the stored grain from mold, insect, and rodent pests." Robert M. Adams, the archaeologist who proposed this very ingenious theory, also observes that carbon monoxide from a sealed chamber is a very effective pesticide that has no harmful effect on grain as a food product. End quote. Corn was grown everywhere in the Chaco world. Everywhere except Chaco Canyon itself. But cornfields stretched for 50 miles in some places. Again, as Stewart points out, David Stewart, every arable piece of land was being farmed. But how did they farm? Did they leave fields fallow? Did they burn the fallow fields to get rid of pests? Probably. So not all of the arable land was being farmed at the same time. Yet still a ton of corn was grown all over the Southwest and brought to Chaco. Fisher suggests, quote, "The Anasazi must, for survival, have successfully produced and stored as much as 30 to 50% more than they actually used each year, considering the need for seed corn as well." End quote. So they no doubt did produce a surplus, and this surplus was brought to Chaco Canyon and stored somewhere. It isn't a stretch to imagine the great round ceremonial kivas as great round ceremonial corn silos. Again, I'm not convinced completely, but it's an interesting theory. We all agree that the great houses were ceremonial centers to show off the elite's power, and also they were warehouses to store the constant flow of tribute into the canyon. It would seem logical that with nearly every single piece of arable land being farmed in this massive Chacoan horizon, that these elites would need a good place to store all this corn that was coming in. But they wouldn't just store it. They would then manufacture it into edible and drinkable products that would have been used in the ceremonies that kept the whole civilization going. Every culture that has elites, so every culture with elites, these elites must bred and circus their population. They must prove to the people that they are worth keeping around. When Lexon says everything comes into Chaco but nothing leaves, I think he's correct, mostly. I'll suggest what may have been left out soon, but what was done with all this corn coming in? Well, it was no doubt used for feasts during ceremonies the elites put on for the commoners. Whether it was stored in the great houses or in the kivas, they were using this corn for ceremonial feasts. And here is another Fisher theory I'm also not sold on, but it also seems extremely plausible. Fisher believes the kivas were corn silos that stored the nearly never-ending flow of tribute from the Chacoan hinterlands. But they didn't just store the corn. The kivas were also a place to smoke it, keep it clean of insects and pests, and here's the kicker: make corn beer, or tesquino. Hear me out, or hear Fisher out. It's just one small paragraph, but it is extremely plausible. Fisher writes, quote, Tesquino is a very simple alcoholic beverage made from corn and various additives of herbs and sometimes mineral soils. End quote. Did Anasazi make corn beer? There is, at this moment in 2025, zero evidence of it. Not a trace. But they certainly had enough corn to do so. And Fisher makes a great point when he wrote, quote, I do not know of any grain-producing society on earth that did not, at one time or another, produce some type of alcoholic beverage. End quote. Heck, even the Apaches brewed tiswin or corn beer, and the Apache weren't necessarily agriculturalists. As a matter of fact, they detested that work. And they once quipped, why would we farm when the Mexicans farm for us and we can just take it? So the Anasazi may or may not have brewed corn beer, which they would have distributed during festivals and feasts and ceremonies at various times of the year, especially when people came in to repair and continue to build. Fisher writes, quote, the making of corn beer on a large scale for religious ceremonies would have given the Chaco elites tremendous power over distribution of this sacrament to surrounding populations. End quote. Now, it's a great point, but again, I'm pretty sure there is zero archaeological evidence for the brewing of corn beer. It is just purely speculation, but it's not too off base, really. After all, who taught the Athabascans to brew tiswin? Now, this is something I learned on the day of recording, so it floored me. I mentioned it earlier. This is the Chacoan pyramids. This Chacoan pyramid, it could have been a place corn beer drinking ceremonies could have taken place. I was sent a video by my friend Matt. It's by the same people who did that film, Room 33. They are the awesome Chaco Canyon Project group. They have a ton of videos. The video is called The Chaco Sessions Building Pyramids with Rich Friedman. Friedman features heavily in both Room 33 and Written on the Landscape. He's in a lot of these videos, actually. In this video, Friedman not only discusses the newly discovered honest-to-goodness pyramids they found inside the canyon, but the videos also show a digital reconstruction of it. And let me tell you, my jaw dropped, my eyes lit up. I paused it right there and took a screenshot so I can put it up on the site, so y'all can see this legitimate Mesoamerican pyramid in Chaco Canyon. Even more exciting, it was perfectly aligned with Pueblo Bonito's front wall. Y'all will be amazed when you look at it. I'll also put a link to the video, actually the whole series, up on the site. So watch the videos, look at these pictures, look at this honest-to-goodness pyramid with steps and ramps and platforms. And they've also found these pyramids outside of the canyon as well. How have I never heard of these? And these pyramids were not built before or after the Chacoan horizon. I mentioned earlier that Lexon states that everything flowed into the Chacoan great houses, but nothing flowed out of Chaco Canyon. It turns out, Chaco Canyon wasn't really a redistribution center after all. Each little agriculturalist would have had their own storage units for corn out in the hinterlands, although they better not store too much. Tribute, after all, was owed to your regional great house. But researcher and adventurer Richard Fisher, he talks about a theory I'd never heard before, but a theory I am now quite on board with. This one I am on board with. I don't believe all that he wrote in his book, The Scarlet Macaw Clan Migration, but I thought his theory on this was brilliant, plausible, and exciting. What does every agricultural society need in order to grow their food successfully? Fertilizer. The Zuni have been recorded as using dead fish to fertilize their fields. The Maya used dried algae. What if a group of Mesoamericans entered the Southwest in the mid-800s with an incredible wealth of knowledge in regards to fertilizer, and this knowledge could transform the Four Corners into a bread basket or corn basket? These Mesoamericans would no doubt be considered divine, and that divinity would have given them a 300-year dynasty, which they used to extract every resource they could out of the people around them. So what Fisher is asserting is that the agricultural ancestral Puebloans brought in their corn tribute, celebrated a little festival that was put on by the elites, witnessed a sacred rain-bringing ceremony, maybe a little sacrifice, maybe a little corn beer, and then they left with ceramics filled with pulverized and dried fertilizer. Fertilizer made from blue-green algae that they would then sprinkle on their fields and wait for the rain. Then they do it all again the following year. Fisher writes, quote, "As the archaeologists frequently reminded me, remember, they were agriculturalists first, and fertilizer, according to the Tarahumara, is the most important thing in agriculture." End quote. Fisher spent a lot of time in the Sierra Madres living among the Tarahumara. He also spent a lot of time with the archaeologists who excavated the quote-unquote post-Pachime Anasazi ruins in those rough and rugged mountains. I'm talking about the ones in the canyons that are hard to get to and very deep in the mountains. He's not an armchair archaeologist or theorizer. He's seen and done things. He's spoken to hundreds of archaeologists and researchers. He's traveled and spoken with locals. He's an adventurer and a brilliant man, even if he doesn't get everything right. At least he's furthering the field. He's asking questions. He's painting a picture. One of these archaeologists he spoke with was named Vorcilla Boer, and she pointed him in the direction of this fertilizer. He writes, quote, "Vorcilla Boer reported to me that she had found a strange black material like curls of old paint in a natural depression in New Mexico. She had the material analyzed, and it turned out to be dried blue-green algae." End quote. Fisher then connected the many depressions and the so-called Choco-Pachime garden in Chaco Canyon to a way to manufacture blue-green algae fertilizer. He calls these plastered depressions in the canyon fertilizer dehydration basins. He argues that the many depressions in the Anasazi land were actually to mix with waste and dead animals to create a fertilizer that would have been used on special corn to make them very sweet. Again, there is no evidence for this, but this sweet corn would then have been brewed to make corn beer. But what's more important is that these fertilizer dehydration basins would have been made to make plenty of fertilizer, which would have been given to the Chacoan farmers to use in their own fields in the hinterlands. He argues that the Maya used fertilizer, and that's well documented, and the Aztecs had their fertilizer-producing chinampas, their floating gardens. Why wouldn't the corn-dependent Anasazi not have fertilizer as well? Especially if they got their information from the Mesoamericans, who ruled over them since the mid-800s. In Chaco Canyon, there is something known as the Choco-Pachime field, or as Fisher calls it, the Choco-Pachime grid gardens. As I have mentioned before, the Chaco Anasazi elite in the canyon did not farm. They did not produce the corn they consumed. They had it brought in as tribute. In one of the Chaco Canyon project videos, the rather funny archaeologist John Stein, in a video from 2024, he says, quote, "There are no irrigation ditches in Chaco Canyon. None. Zero. Nil. Nothing. Nothing that even looks like an irrigation ditch." End quote. The Chacoans did not farm in Chaco Canyon. So, for years, this Choco-Pachime field was believed to be for agricultural purposes. they were only partially correct. In the article, Using Ground-Penetrating Radar to Reevaluate the Quetzalcoatl Field Area in Chaco Canyon, New Mexico, by Jenny O. Sturm from 2016, the researcher suggests that in fact, this Quetzalcoatl field may not have actually been used for agriculture. She also states, quote, locating definitive features related to agriculture during the Bonito phase, Common Era 850 to 1150, and especially agricultural fields, has been extremely difficult. End quote. And again, that's because the elites in the great houses did not farm. That was for the peasants. Sturm continues, quote, currently, the only location interpreted as a prehistoric agricultural field on the basis of visible patterns is the Quetzalcoatl Field, a large rectangular area a few hundred meters southeast of the Quetzalcoatl Great House. End quote. But now there are doubts. Quote, a number of researchers, however, have been skeptical that the Quetzalcoatl field area was in fact an agricultural feature. Part of the uncertainty surrounding the function of this gridded area is that no similar features have been identified in Chaco Canyon, despite decades of intensive remote sensing and archaeological research. To date, several alternative explanations for this gridded area have been proposed, from ceremonial performance areas to the foundation of a great house that was never built, to frog ponds. End quote. First of all, everything unexplainable in archaeology is always ceremonial. And while I love the idea of a frog pond, what if instead these areas, this Quetzalcoatl field or garden, what if it was used to produce dried blue-green algae fertilizer? This field in question is plastered and walled, not a high wall, but they are plastered and walled in small squares with which to keep in the water they'd pour into the grids, the water and the waste. Fisher argues that these grids were, quote, specifically designed to catch monsoonal rainfall that was chemically altered by lightning, splitting nitrogen into nitrates that are usable by plants. Organic plant material, charcoal, human and animal waste, and blue-green algae were added to the nitrate-rich water to produce, under the hot summer sun, an organic gray water solution that was used to fertilize the corn at the specific C4 genetic growth spurt characteristic inherent in the corn maturation cycle. End quote. Sorry, that was a mouthful. I'm telling y'all, he goes deep into every subject I've broached. He is very scientific. And he presents it believably. I just have to back out of the moment sometimes and kind of think it over longer. I am also easily distracted by figures and numbers and equations and graphs that I don't quite understand or want to understand. I'll just take it at face value. Just throw a bunch of graphs there. Looks plausible to me. Fisher further points out that the quote-unquote Quetzalcoatl moat, which is a strange feature that lines a wall at the site, it may have been a place to store human waste, which would be turned into fertilizer in that Quetzalcoatl grid garden. Fisher again, quote, after thinking about the Quetzalcoatl field for 30 years, I am not at all convinced that it was an agricultural garden. The entire field was a series of basins approximately 15 by 20 meters each, comprising 11 acres in all. The soil is horrible, choked with calcium carbonate and sodium sulfate, which created an impermeable water barrier, preventing any root systems from developing. These basins were sculpted or excavated out of the basement strata between the levees. The basins were coated with a clay layer that may have been from a flood event, or the clay may have been hauled in and layered. Chaco Canyon was singled out as a very poor farmland by the U.S. Soil Conservation Service in 1936. I believe as the clay plastering was so finely bedded and evenly applied that this would not have been a natural overbank or flood event. The entire central section of Chaco appears to have been plastered, and this field does not seem to be an exception. Many ceramic artifacts are found along the berms of the Quetzalcoatl field. End quote. Now again, we know that no agriculture was practiced in the Chaco Canyon during the Anasazi Great House phase, and that would have been when the Mesoamericans influenced the region. Again, remember archaeologist John Stein. No irrigation ditches, only one corncob found grown in the canyon. Instead of corn, the elites oversaw the production of fertilizer from knowledge they carried up from Central America. And then corn came into the canyon, fertilizer left. Repeat over and over again every growing year for 300 years until the whole thing fell apart. Fisher writes, quote, "At Chaco Canyon, the Scarlet Macaw clan of the Anasazi collected the runoff from the cliffs immediately north of Great Houses and dehydrated the nitrate-rich blue-green algae particles in shallow plastered basins incorrectly identified as grid gardens. We can know they were not gardens as they were plastered. The plastering allows the algae to grow or bloom in the shallow catchments. Other fertilizers were added, such as human night soil, and the resulting mix was a very powerful fertilizer that was dried and then transported up to 60 miles or 100 kilometers to the Chusca Mountains, where the corn, beans, and squash were actually grown." End quote. Fisher goes into it very deep, like exceptionally deep, like very deep detail about this process of creating fertilizer and how it was used all over the world, from Egypt to Cambodia to the Maya and the Anasazi. Obviously, I'll spare you those details, but it was all indeed quite convincing. To finish with this fertilizer theory, I'll quote Fisher one last time. Well, one last time about fertilizer. I'm not done with him yet. Quote, "While it has been very exhilarating to me personally to make a strong, persuasive, and comprehensive argument that the vast system of Chaco and Kivas are actually a system of granaries and communal kitchens, it was even more deeply satisfying to have identified, with the help of Boer, the basic mechanism with which fertilizer was produced from Mesa Verde to Guatemala in the pre-Columbian era." End quote. What do y'all think? It's certainly plausible, right? We've been talking about all this corn. Corn. I think I mentioned how obsessed with corn the Anasazi were in my previous series, but I won't quote myself since I said I wouldn't at the outset. That's actually a lie. I will quote myself later. What does a diet dependent on corn do to a person, though? Besides possibly make them cannibalistic. Without iron, a corn-based or plant-based diet in general creates anemia. And anemia is deadly, especially to a vulnerable population of feast or famine people, and especially to pregnant women and infants. Chaco Canyon has the highest rates of anemia in the Anasazi world. They weren't getting iron from animals because there simply weren't enough animals in the San Juan Basin to feed the population explosion that the fertilizer-produced corn created. David Stewart in Anasazi America writes, quote, 83% of children under the age of 10 had anemia in the Chaco Canyon area in the 11th century. Contrast that to just a few hundred years before the Chaco era, when only 16% of people had anemia. Towards the end of the Chaco phenomena, the Chacoans were eating kangaroo rats, rabbits, and groundhogs. Long gone were the large mammals. End quote. Fisher also points out that, quote, the archaeological record demonstrates that during the founding phases of any of the Oasis America city-states, he uses Oasis America to denote the various cultures in the American Southwest and Mexican Northwest. So, the archaeological record demonstrates that during the founding phases of any of the Oasis America city-states, that inhabitants were dining on deer, antelope, bighorn sheep, and in the case of Pachime, bison. In the final stages just prior to abandonment, the people were eating mice, rats, and rabbits to fulfill their red meat needs. End quote. A corn-heavy diet is severely lacking in iron. The Anasazi were pretty much all anemic, especially women and even more so pregnant women. Many a woman died in childbirth due to anemia. Children were often born with anemia, and it made life harsh. Upwards of half of the infants that were born died, which is unbelievably tragic, especially now that I have a newborn myself. Life was just harsh in the desert when all you ate was corn. Even up at Mesa Verde, anemia was high, meaning they too were running out of game. But it wasn't just anemia. Most Chacoan-era adults had arthritis and spinal degeneration from carrying very heavy loads or bending over a mano imitate. There were also parasites and lice and helminths, which is a gross parasitic worm. But anemia may have been one of the most common ailments, and that came from the lack of protein from red meat. In some areas, I read in David Stewart's Anasazi America, studied skeletons reported an 87.7% rate of anemia. At first, the Chacoans had low rates, as was mentioned, but as the centuries wore on, the rates of anemia skyrocketed, and the people's health began to greatly suffer. Richard Fisher writes, quote, "Collected evidence suggests that when the large mammals were eliminated within a 3 days run, the time it takes meat to rot, the elite in the major centers had an unresolvable problem obtaining dietary iron from animal sources." End quote. The Anasazi survived many drought periods with their grain silos, but eventually the lack of animal protein may have done them in, and may have precipitated the abandonment of the canyon. They'd simply hunted the area out, just like their Clovis ancestors had hunted out all the megafauna. Interestingly, the DNA recovered from the 2 founding members of Chaco had Central Asian roots, meaning these men were descendants of the Clovis. The apple did not fall far from the hunting tree. And once that hunting tree had withered and the people were suffering from severe anemia, faith in the elites may have faltered. Anemia was just one of many reasons why the Anasazi Empire may have spun itself apart. Well, I keep mentioning that the rulers of the Chaco and Anasazi may have been Mesoamerican. And that's pretty much the reason for this whole episode. That's the bulk of the picture I'm trying to paint for y'all. But where's my evidence? Besides, of course, the ample evidence I've already submitted. In Gods of Thunder, Tim Pocketat writes, quote, "Everywhere one looks, there were active, if intermittent, physical and communicative connections across the southwestern landscape into North Mexico, and from there, West Mexico, and the rest of Mesoamerica." End quote. It isn't just the goods, although that's a large part of it, but it isn't just the goods that signal a connection to the south. There's also the simple and amazing Anasazi masonry that we still see today, and that points to a Mesoamerican foundation. Tim Pocketat again writes, quote, "Mesoamerican-style colonnades were added to the public facade of Quetzalcoatl, one of the largest and most central of Chaco Canyon's great houses. The facade has a rectilinear Chacoan feel, but nothing like it had ever been built before, at least not this far north of Alta Vista, and that Chalchihuites site, 900 miles to the south, is the likely inspiration." Of course, by the 1120s, Alta Vista was already abandoned, so we aren't talking about a Mesoamerican-based colonial enterprise, trading mission, or outreach program moving from south to north. Rather, this would have been a Puebloan-centered effort to incorporate the places or things of mythical pasts or powerful far-off gods into the masonry constructions back home on the Colorado Plateau. End quote. I don't quite agree with him there. I believe, like Turner, Fisher, and Lexon and others, that an actual physical group of Mesoamericans did in fact come up in the 800s. and take advantage of and rule over the local Four Corners ancestral Puebloans. They had knowledge and power and the specter of the foreigner that elevated them over the people who already lived there. It's interesting to remember that the Slavs in Russia, long ago, when they had various localized tribal leaders and warlords, it's interesting to note that they got together and asked a Viking king to come rule them. Could something similar have happened in the American Southwest? There are other masonry hints at a southern origin for the Anasazi elite. Bertha Dutton in 1964 noted that the Chaco-style masonry, a rubble core with the veneer of well-laid stone, is found at La Quemada. And she also noted that the great Kivas at Chaco had massive roof supports resting on thick, circular stone wheels, which is a Toltec masonry feature found at the aforementioned Tula. Pocketat again writes, quote, "Archaeologists and astronomers have discovered that the central monumental features of Mesoamerican cities are oriented with respect to various landmarks, mountains or rivers, and celestial events, especially sunrise, moonrise, and the rising of particular stars." End quote. Well, that certainly sounds like the monumental architecture of not just the Anasazi, but also of the later Puebloans themselves. The great houses, the Chacoan roads, the kivas, the great house walls, they are all oriented towards something larger than the people who occupied the sites. Now, of course, that is found all over the world, and especially in the New World, but it's still worth mentioning. Michael Mathiewicz writes in his article titled A History of Cacao in West Mexico, Implications for Mesoamerica and U.S. Southwest Connections, quote, "Robert H. Lister and Florence C. Lister reviewed Chaco archaeology for Mesoamerican ties. They propose that the following features had their origins in Mexico. Rubble cored masonry, square columns used in colonnades, circular structures in the form of tower kivas and tri-walled units, the practice of seating discs beneath roof support posts, T-shaped doorways, cylinder jars, effigy vessels, incense burners, stamps or seals, alien design motifs, copper bells, iron pyrite mosaics, shell trumpets, shell beads, shell bracelets, macaws and parrots, turkey burials, bone pins, ceremonial wooden canes, altar components of wood, turquoise beads and pendants, turquoise mosaic sets, decorative techniques of cloisonne and mosaics. Catch my breath here. Water control means such as dams, canals, and reservoirs, the roads and signal stations, and alignments of architectural and other features for the purpose of observing and recording astronomical data." End quote. Technically, I could just leave it there, but of course I'm going to dive deeper. He continues, though, with, quote, "Chaco and colonnades are imitations that were the result of long-distance interaction or perhaps visitation by elite Mesoamerican, West Mexican, families, a suggestion that also may apply to Pachime." End quote. As that quote highlights, it is not just Mesoamerican masonry that is prevalent during the Chacoan era. Mesoamerican gods and rituals also appear. Richard E. W. Adams states that, quote, "Murals from Awatowi," he spelled Awatowi wrong, but murals from Awatowi in the Hopi area seem to show regional versions of Tlaloc. Quetzalcoatl appears in several areas, and Chaco Canyon in far-off northwestern New Mexico shows impressive architectural parallels with Toltec building. End quote. So now we're back to Quetzalcoatl, that mighty and much-feared feathered serpent. The Southwesterners adopted the Feathered Serpent Cult rather easily, but that is not surprising since the horned serpent had been a known entity and had been depicted on canyon walls for thousands of years. At least since 6000 BC, probably before that. And this is in the Southwest and Greater West, like northern Utah and California. A great follow-on axe is Old European Culture at Serbia, Ireland. He also runs a blog, And on that blog, he painstakingly details the old horned serpent pictographs from the Archaic period. So this was thousands of years before the Anasazi. He posits that the horned serpent of the Southwest, before heavily being influenced from the Mesoamericans, thousands of years before that, he posits that the horned serpents are, quote, complex animal calendar markers for monsoon season in the Southwest, end quote. The horned serpent of the Archaic period is often depicted above dry washes that fill during the monsoon season. And the monsoon season begins when the big horned sheep begin to bash their heads together to compete for mates. And the rattlesnake, most often found in these rocky, sandy, dry washes, and at the base of these canyon walls that surround them, the canyon walls where the horned serpent is painted, the rattlesnakes are most likely to bite the local humans during the monsoon season, since that's when they're most active. Eventually, these two markers combine to become the horned serpent or bringer of rain. So it was not difficult for the Southwesterners to eventually adopt the feathered serpent of Mesoamerican culture. And I would argue the feathered serpent got its start in much the same way in Mesoamerica. Quetzalcoatl is associated with rain and Venus, which is most notable during the rainy season. Both rain and Venus. And the Quetzal bird is most active during the breeding season, which ends right when the monsoon begins. It's also notable, though, that Uto-Aztecans, beginning in the Coso range of California, have been depicting snakes as the beings of both the heavens and the earth. Later, Uto-Aztecans will eventually give the heaven snakes feathers to depict their ability to fly through time and space. A lot of archaic pictographs in the Southwest actually depict beings holding snakes, which represents that these beings have dominion or have control over the all-powerful snake. Thus, they have control over time and space and probably water, and definitely control over all other creatures. In essence, they are depicting a god. I got this and a lot of other incredibly interesting information from another ex-mutual, Quevupia, at Huhlakat. I've made a lot of friends over the years. Having a podcast is pretty great. And not just because I get to talk forever into a microphone instead of my wife's ear. So archaic hunter-gatherers in the Southwest use these iconic symbols of snakes and horned snakes and beings holding the snakes. They use them to tell a story of when the rain comes, which they continue to use once maize and corn came up from Mesoamerica. The serpent then transformed into a symbol of power. And then, when the Feathered Serpent Cult came up with similar iconography, it was easy for the native Southwesterners to adopt this new Feathered Serpent Cult from their southern cousins. These zigzag patterns that are so ubiquitous with the various peoples of the Southwest also feature heavily in Mesoamerica and probably depict a mix of water and the serpent, which in their beliefs were the same thing, since the serpent deity brought water. And now it makes sense why the Aztecs, being Uto-Aztecan and having connections with the Southwesterners, it is no surprise why they set up shop in a lake after seeing an eagle holding a snake within its talons. Late in 2024, as the weather was turning towards winter, I was invited to go on a hike through the Galisteo Basin. I was invited by my very good friend, the brother of the paranormalist. Along with us were some actual archaeologists and a whole bunch of Southwestern archaeology enthusiasts like myself and my friend. We set out just after sunrise through the basin with the Ortiz Mountains to our west and the old Zorro Ranch to the south. If you don't know what that is, good for you. On this trek, we walked through the ruins of Pueblo Blanco, which aren't really ruins anymore, but rather mounds of desert with depressions where the rooms once stood. It was excavated 100 years ago before being filled in again to protect them. The ruins are on private land, so this isn't really a problem. From those ruins, we hiked to the nearby cliff sides, and we examined the petroglyphs that depicted, the usual. Masks, creatures, and one that depicted something very unusual. And I will talk about that particular petroglyph later. But from those rocks, we then headed east to the long sandstone cliffside that held the true highlight of that adventure. On the mustard-colored sandstone cropping of rocks near the pueblo is the largest Avanu in the American Southwest. I took plenty of pictures and videos of it, and I'll have them on the site for this episode. But the Avanu is the Puebloan horned serpent. And there were 3 horned serpent Avanus on this sandstone wall, and all of them were very impressive. The largest one, though, had a cloud for a tail, which may represent the pueblo itself, or possibly rain. And beneath one of the bends of the horned serpent was a water droplet. When asked what that might represent, the archaeologist said, "Some strong magic." Now, there's no doubt in my mind that Avanu and the Feathered Serpent Quetzalcoatl are related. Christy Turner in Mancorn writes that, quote, "Scholars have remarked on southwestern rock art, scenes on Mimbres pottery, religious paraphernalia and practices, and Kiva paintings that appear to represent aspects of 2 ancient Mesoamerican deities, Quetzalcoatl and Xipe Totec." End quote. He goes on to suggest that Macaws may be the southwestern version of Xipe Totec. Macaws is the Hopi death Kachina, or the god of the underworld, fire, and of the earth. He's a rather important and scary Kachina, and it's pretty obvious he was borrowed from the Toltecs and Teotihuacanos before them. Eventually, the Aztecs would morph Macaws, or Xipe Totec, into Huitzilopochtli. Also, at Walpi in the Hopi lands, J.W. Fuchs in 1914 wrote, quote, "The horned serpent cult at Walpi is said to have been introduced from the south." End quote. Christy Turner elaborates on this Hopi feathered serpent, horned serpent cult when he wrote that there is a, quote, "legendary linkage between the feathered serpent and human sacrifice. The legend of the great snake who causes a momentous flood has the snake telling a village chief that he will eliminate the flood if the chief will, quote, "sacrifice to me your son," end quote, which the chief did. Buried beneath the feathered serpent temple at Teotihuacan were many sacrificial victims, and all quotes. Xipe Totec, though, if he made his way north to the Anasazi, and I believe he probably did, he was the much more gnarly of the 2 Mesoamerican deities. Xipe Totec, or Our Lord the Flayed One, he was associated with war and fertility. And he or his priests would wear the flayed skins of sacrificial victims. Turner writes, quote, "Victims of Xipe Totec were killed by having their hearts torn out. Then after being flayed, their skins were worn by Xipe impersonators for a period of days or weeks. The victim's flesh was eaten." End quote. And more on that man-corn in a minute, but there does seem to be some depictions of Xipe Totec in the Southwest. The depiction is usually a simple and smooth face with 3 holes on it, 2 for the eyes and 1 for the mouth. A flayed face. I will have pictures of petroglyphs I took at Pueblo Blanco in the Galisteo Basin, which clearly showed the smooth 3-holed face. There were multiple petroglyphs at this site, actually, that were haunting, but these quote-unquote masks are believed to be a Puebloan, not Anasazi, but later Puebloan depiction of Xipe Totec, our Lord, the Flayed One, or at least one of his victims. At Petrified Forest National Park, there are 2 known depictions of Xipe Totec, or Macaws. Actually, Petrified Forest has a ton of incredibly interesting designs, including the design I mentioned in the Apache series, with the giant bird holding a human in its jaws. Two researchers, Eckhart Malotki and Michael Lomatuema, describe Macaw, aka Xipe Totec, thusly, quote, "His head was of a colossal size, and his face was covered with blood. Sores infested his head, from which sprouted only a sparse covering of hair. His body was clearly in a state of putrefaction. So offensive was the stench he emitted. His shins were clearly visible, spotted with boils from which dripped pus." End quote. He sounds lovely. In that same 1987 book by those two researchers, they state that Macaw is also stoking a big fire, which causes immense heat, but he never gets burned. And that's on account of him always wearing the blood of his hunted animals and people on his head, but especially the blood of the jackrabbit. This blood gets baked, and his head just gets larger and larger with more layers of caked on and baked blood. The researchers also state his mouth is round and his eyes are hollow. Oh, and he wears the dead. He also wears a belt of corn, since he is the corn fertility deity. This corresponds with Xipe Totec and his sacrificial victims being killed for the growth of corn. Macaw keeps the earth alive by sacrificing human life. He uses the grease from human victims to fan his fire, that is the sun. I'm paraphrasing a bit here, by the way. In one story, he commands a chief to kill his niece and rub her grease on an animal hide, which Macaw then throws at the sun to keep it spinning. Sacrifice to keep the world alive. Aztecs, anyone? Could the Anasazi have believed the same? In another story, Macaw sneaks into a Navajo hogan. He sneaks into a Navajo hogan, kills a man of fright at his hideous sight, and then skins the Navajo man and leaves the rest of him in a bloody heap. Then there's Site Cahokia in northeastern Arizona, which shows, according to Christy Turner, some pretty clear evidence of victims being flayed. More on that in a bit. Macaw didn't appear in rock art until AD 1000, and it didn't really appear outside of the Anasazi cultural area. Although I would argue I have seen some petroglyphs to indicate he may have traveled quite far to the east after the Anasazi time. Quetzalcoatl and Xipe Totec aren't the only beings who came north, though. John D. Pohl, in Ritual Objects as Cultural Capital, a comparison between the Mixtec, Zapotec, Aztlan, and Casas Grandes cultures, co-traditions. Oh, I love those titles. He writes, quote, "The Hopi Palakwapi tradition, consistently documented over the past century, that describes the far southern origin of Hopi clans who brought with them a new form of solar worship." End quote. The highlight there being that these Hopi traditions had far southern origins. Along with the Mesoamerican gods and the platform mounds and the pyramids came that curious Voladores ceremony I mentioned in the beginning. Pocketat writes, quote, "Most likely, during the 1120s, a large ponderosa pine log, estimated at 60 feet tall down to its roots, was carried in from the Chusca Mountains and set vertically in the open plaza of Pueblo Bonito. We can presume that it was used in great central rituals, perhaps as a gnomon or solar observation post, or perhaps as a great world tree that was climbed in Chaco's very own pole climbing ceremonies." End quote. You know, the Hopi have pole climbing ceremonies. And this is really all the evidence I have for the pole flying ceremony which celebrated Quetzalcoatl being used in the Southwest. But it absolutely was used in Cahokia, and there was dialogue between Cahokia and the Anasazi. Of that I have no doubt. Just like there was dialogue between the Anasazi and the Mesoamericans. Besides the masonry and the religious creatures and the pole flying ceremony, there are the famous prestigious goods from Mexico that appear in the Southwest as well. One interesting Mesoamerican artifact that I discovered in researching for this episode is the shield. It's an often overlooked Mesoamerican trait, but it does appear in the Southwest, and its origins are in Mesoamerica. John D. Pohl writes of the shield and talks about the very famous petroglyph expert Polly Schaafsma. Quote, later, Schaafsma, suggested that certain shield figures found in the southwestern United States are a variant of Huitzilopochtli, the Aztec god of war. The influence of this symbolism is thought not to have impacted the Southwest until around 1428. However, she adds that shield bearers and war symbolism might have occurred prior to this date in the Jordana region, which is commonly associated archaeologically with the Mogollon culture. If this is true, it suggests that the motif moved north through the rest of the Southwest. End quote. And remember, Huitzilopochtli was originally the Toltec Xipe Totec. So curiously, Southwesterners appear to be the first to own shields and depict them in North America, and then they spread out throughout the rest of the land. And it appears they got that idea from the South. Then there's, of course, cacao, or chocolate. Michael Matthewitz writes that chocolate was had at Pueblo Bonito between 1000 and 1125. Quote, scholars long have noted the occurrence of locally made cylinder-shaped vessels in Chaco material culture that date after AD 1050, a vessel form commonly used for cacao consumption in Mesoamerica. He continues, quote, cacao, Theobroma cacao, is a non-native species in the U.S. Southwest, and its existence in northern New Mexico, far outside its place of its origin in tropical habitats, signifies increased connectivity with Mesoamerican societies. He further continues, quote, culinary expertise for the preparation, service, and consumption practices of cacao beverages and the attendant Mesoamerican ritualism likely accompanied the acquisition of cacao seeds by AD 1000 among Chacoan elites. End quote. As the next few items highlight, it wasn't just that a group of Mesoamericans came in, intermarried, and ruled, but rather, while they ruled, they continued their connection to their southern brethren. It wasn't a one-time excursion and hostile takeover. It was a long-term relationship that didn't actually end after the Anasazi were kicked out either. It continued for some time, although it does appear to have ceased prior to the Spanish arrival, at least in large part. Maybe the trade by then had been taken over by the Humanos, but I'm getting ahead of myself. You can't talk about the Southwest without talking about that all-important and beautiful stone, turquoise. Prize-winning author Ellen Meloy, in her book The Anthropology of Turquoise, writes about the beautiful stones in relation to the New World quite a bit. How could she not? She writes this, though, of turquoise significance, quote, ancient Southwesterners gave turquoise, the greatest wealth, as offerings to water, the desert's greatest gift. They left tokens of turquoise at canyon seeps and springs amid emerald mosses, maidenhair ferns, creamy blooms of columbine, crimson monkey flowers, dragonflies the color of flame, and heron blue damselflies with bodies as thin as a vein. From turquoise, they carved tadpoles a 1/4 inch long and set raised turquoise eyes and toads of black jet. With turquoise, they traded for copper bells, macaw feathers, the skins and plumes of parrots, and pearlescent shells from the Pacific and the Sea of Cortez. The stone of the desert for the glories of sea and forest. End quote. The aforementioned Fray Bernardino de Sahagún actually wrote down the Mexicans' descriptions of turquoise. He wrote, quote, some are quite smooth, some roughened, some pitted, some like volcanic rock. It becomes round, it becomes pale, it smokes, the fine turquoise smokes, it becomes rough, it becomes perforated, it becomes pale. End quote. During the Maya classical period, the elite stone was jade. But once Chaco took off, the elite stone of Maya and Central America became turquoise. But not just any turquoise. Turquoise specifically from the Four Corners region. Turquoise from the Cerrillos Hills in the Galisteo Basin of New Mexico, not far from my home. But turquoise from that area has been found at Chichen Itza and Tulum, two sites in the Maya heartland that are heavily influenced, if not ran by, the Toltec. Ellen Malloy writes of these mines just down the road from me and says, quote, "From mines that dated back more than 12 centuries, the Cerrillos Hills fed turquoise to the known world. Cerrillos turquoise adorned the pendants and prayer sticks of people in the nearby Rio Grande pueblos. It turned up in California and on the masks of the Aztecs and the wrists and throats of the Maya. It was mined with bone tools, stone hammers, mauls, adzes, and plant fiber baskets, used to carry tons of rock debris away from the mountain to reach the veins of blue stone. One of the mines, on the flanks of Mount Chalchihuitl, produced turquoise of a quality and quantity incomparable to any other." End quote. Ellen continues, quote, "The bulk of the turquoise in Mexico came from Pueblo Indian mines in the southwest along trade routes that extended from Arizona and New Mexico to Chichen Itza in the Yucatan. For the cultures of Mexico, turquoise acquired the status of divinity, elaborately manifested by turquoise-encrusted skulls, masks, bones, beast figures, and other religious objects. True to their on-the-edge, wigged-out, possibly exaggerated reputation, penis skin cutting, hearts ripped out of chests, etc., some ancient Mexicans reshaped their teeth and inlaid them with bits of turquoise. In 1519, the Spanish conqueror Hernán Cortés is said to have encountered a group of Indians rather aloof from the rest, higher, and of differing habit. These people wore rings of jet and amber in their noses, and in their pierced lower lips gold and turquoise rings so heavy their lips hung over their chins, baring their teeth." End quote. John D. Pohl writes of my favorite stone, and he says, quote, "Phil Wiegand proposed that demand for turquoise as a rare gemstone had been fundamental to the establishment of an early post-classic exchange system integrally linking the Toltecs of Tula with the ancestral Pueblo peoples of Chaco Canyon. Subsequent research has shown that turquoise was actually being used as early as the 9th century as a form of ritual and social currency circulating around the entire U.S. Southwest. Elite burials like those found at Chaco Canyon are testament to the importance of conspicuous display of turquoise as a visual symbol of paramount rank at Pueblo Bonito." End quote. He's of course talking about the turquoise-shrouded Chaco founders. But turquoise is being brought into the great houses in enormous quantities. And not only were the Chacoan elites using it for themselves, but they also used it to trade, and possibly even give tribute to their neighbors to the south, the Toltecs. What could they have been trading the turquoise for? As Ellen Malloy hinted at, macaws. Those beautiful birds that flourish far from the American Southwest. At Pueblo Bonito, 30 scarlet macaws of Mesoamerican origin have been found, and they are dated from AD 900 to 1150. And 1150 is right when Chaco collapses. These macaws were physically brought up from Mexico by hand and probably paid for in vast amounts of turquoise. The Anasazi elite knew the power of these birds and their colorful feathers. These were highly prized goods, and the elites had to get their hands on them. Richard Fisher talks extensively about these beautiful birds and their journey to the American Southwest. And I'll quote him now. Charmian McCusick reports that the scarlet macaws were sacrificed, Common Era 900 to 1200, and that later the macaw feathers were harvested. But the birds were not sacrificed after Common Era 1275. McCusick further states, quote, "While macaws can be handled without injury by their keepers, They are vicious birds which could not be treated hand to hand. It would be necessary for an experienced courier to transport marketable macaws." End quote. Lexon also talks about macaws and their presence in the Southwest. He states there is a tendency to, quote, "minimize rare things. Only a few macaws, therefore macaws are not important. That logic escapes me. Rare stuff is supposed to be rare. If we found a jade mask at Pueblo Bonito, would we belittle it because there was only one? Macaws are the moral equivalent of jade masks. Highly specialized knowledge needed to transport and maintain macaws makes the 1,000-kilometer or 621-mile trip one way to obtain those cantankerous birds a very big deal, fully comparable to jade working. This was no down-the-line exchange. The idea of a macaw being passed up and over the Sierra Madres from hill tribe to hill tribe is absurd. Instead of minimizing the 30 macaws and 24 copper bells recovered at Chaco, wishing them away, we should dance jigs of joy that the archaeology gods have given us these astonishing data. End quote. Scarlet macaws are from the humid, tropical lowlands of way southern Mexico. They were hatched there and then moved all the way up to the American Southwest by one single courier, a brave man who knew how to handle the birds. Fisher says of this, quote, "Young macaws, which hatch in March, must be removed from the nest at 7 weeks old, carried in baskets, protected from chilling, and fed chewed hominy, often directly from the keeper's mouth, every few hours, day and night. Once fledged, they can eat about anything a human can eat and have a moderate tolerance for cold. This early feeding relationship results in human-imprinted birds that are attached to their keeper, but often vicious to strangers. It is easier to capture new young birds than to breed adult macaws, because human-imprinted birds seldom recognize other parrots as potential mates." End quote. So this truly was a monumentous journey, and a very rare, prestigious good for the Anasazi to acquire. Fisher continues, quote, "Mimbres pottery motifs in the age of skeletal remains suggest that juvenile macaws were carried to the Mimbres sites, raised there for almost a year, and then traded north just in time for religious ceremonies at the spring equinox, which is March 21st through the 22nd. From 1150 to about 1200, the trade in scarlet macaws branched west, probably at Zuni, to the Sinagua area. There were 53 macaws. More scarlet macaws were recovered at Upatki than at any other site north of Mexico. This sudden shift to ceremonial activity probably was precipitated by the repeated eruptions of Sunset Crater." End quote. So these birds weren't just at Chaco. They were at other great houses as well, especially after the Anasazi Civil War and their migration westward to Upatki and then southward towards Pachime. Pachime has an enormous amount of the birds. 504 have been discovered so far. Pachime definitely became a macaw hub after Chaco, which makes sense because the Anasazi ended up there, most of them, or some of them. Macaws disappear from the archaeological record in the Southwest around 1200, but they do reappear with the Kachina cult around 1275. And you can see this with the incredible macaw petroglyph at Petroglyph National Monument just west of Albuquerque. Macaws then disappear again in 1375. How important were macaws? One study from 1995 by Jonathan Raymond suggested that macaw feathers were as valuable as a modern diamond. Or if we're talking about other Central and South American goods, macaw feathers were equal to a load of 80s cocaine in South Florida. And Southwest turquoise may have also been as valuable in Mesoamerica as macaw feathers were in the Southwest. Now, right before I recorded this episode, I was sent an article from 2018 that was in the Smithsonian Magazine, and this article refutes this bringing up of the birds from Mexico. Southwestern archaeologist Stephen Plogg and other researchers discovered that 14 macaws that were recovered from the Chacoan area were genetically similar, and 71% of them may have shared a matrilineal lineage. Plogg and the others think there may have been a macaw breeding center somewhere between Chaco and Pachime. It hasn't been discovered yet if it exists, but they posit that it's out there, somewhere. Now, I'm not sure if that's true, but I had to suggest it, since it was just sent to me. Got to present the evidence there. There are just a couple more Mesoamerican attributes that made their way north with the founding of Chaco. These next examples aren't as pretty as turquoise or colorful birds. An important Mesoamerican trait found throughout the entirety of that world is dental modification, or as Christy Turner calls it, dental transfigurement. He created the term to explain the very Mesoamerican dental records that have been recovered in the Chaco and Anasazi landscape. Dental transfigurement is the, according to Turner, quote, intentional chipping, notching, filing, inlaying, ablating, coloring, and other non-therapeutic alteration of the labial and occlusal surfaces of anterior teeth. End quote. So think like turquoise stones put in the middle of teeth, as Ellen mentioned earlier, or the intentional filing of teeth into points. Turner suggests that this sort of mutilation of one's tooth or teeth was to signal that you were a part of something, possibly a cult. Quote unquote, the signaling of membership. Destroying your teeth for appearance's sake is a very Mesoamerican trait, although the way in which it was done throughout Central America varies by region and by time period. The teeth modification we're interested in is one adult male between the age of 45 and 60 who was buried at Pueblo Bonito in the early years of the Great House, after the year 900. He was buried in room 330 with 22 other individuals of both sexes. His upper anterior teeth were discovered to have, according to Turner, quote, Mesoamerican-like transfigurement, end quote. He further suggests that when this possibly Mesoamerican lineage big man died, he took with him the 22 other individuals he's buried with in what would have been a mass sacrificial ritual. Quote, the death of this unique individual may have been the stimulus for the burial of the others. Adding to speculation, we cannot help but wonder whether his motherland more likely had been in Mexico than in Chaco Canyon, because of the episodic burial context and extreme rarity of intentionally modified teeth in the Southwest. Whereas such teeth were relatively common in prehistoric Mesoamerica. End quote. There have also been some individuals at Hohokam with modified teeth, not very many though. Turner, and I agree, he believes that these individuals came up from Mexico and were in fact important rulers in the Southwest. Turner writes, quote, we propose that not only did the idea of transfigurement originate in Mexico, but so did the treated individuals found in Arizona and New Mexico. End quote. So, about those sacrificed victims in the tomb with him. With Mesoamerican deities, goods, and rituals came ritualistic sacrifice and the proliferation of violence. To maintain the vast agricultural fields, to protect the agriculturalists, and to force continuing agriculture and tribute giving, I believe the Chaco and Anasazi state, whatever form that took, it had a standing group of warriors, maybe not an army. Well, eventually it would have an army. But it had a standing group of warriors to keep the society together and functioning. Partially out of fear, partially out of punishment. Maybe at first, just the intimidation factor and the fact that the rains came, maybe that was enough. But if someone didn't give enough tribute, if someone was practicing a form of witchcraft, like a non-state sanctioned religion, and then maybe the rains didn't come, or maybe someone died that shouldn't have, or if someone was simply being subversive, the Chaco and Anasazi state would send out their group of soldiers or thugs or cultist warriors to take care of the problem. Unfortunately, as anemia and the lack of meat began to compound the problems at Chaco, this army of warrior cultists were sent out more and more frequently. And the army probably grew larger and larger. And the Anasazi used more and more barbarity until the system finally collapsed. Carol L. Riley in 1987, no relation, said that, quote, large increments of Mesoamerican religion, including specific deities, were brought to the Southwest at various times through what were fundamentally trade contacts, end quote. Of course, we've gone over that in detail already, but interestingly, she goes on to say that with these connections, quote, there is a strong possibility that human sacrifice was practiced at Chaco Canyon as late as the 11th or 12th century, end quote. Christy Turner quotes archaeologist J.J. Brody when he wrote about this human sacrifice and its ties to the aforementioned Feathered Serpent Cult. He wrote, quote, J.J. Brody illustrated a prehistoric Membres bowl depicting a man wearing a plumed serpent outfit and cutting off the head of a sacrificed victim. He wrote, now quoting Brody, quote, on examining this painting, the Hopi artist, Fred Caboti, recalled that his people traditionally practiced human sacrifice as supplication on very rare occasions, under extreme stress of famine due to drought. End all quotes. As Lexon said at the Southwest Seminar presentation, quote, Chaco was not a nice place. It was not flute music and spiritual. It was rough on commoners. End quote. One thing I learned during researching my podcast over the years is that Marcos de Niza, on his way north, spoke with some Gulf of California coastal Indians who had buffalo hides and turquoise. But Marcos de Niza asked them where they got such things, and they replied that they went up north to Zuni, a.k.a. Cibola, a.k.a. town in Zuni, but buffalo to the Spanish. Well, this coastal Indian, probably of the Seri tribe, he told the Spaniards he got the goods by going up north and trading with the Puebloans. Trading in what, you may ask? Well, this Seri Indian told Marcos de Niza that he traded the sweat of his brow for the things. Apparently the Indians would go up and work the fields in exchange for goods. And I cannot help but think about the Zuni's ancestors, the Chaco and Anasazis, and if maybe they worked in a similar manner, except maybe a little less volunteerism. David Stewart in Anasazi America tells the very sad story of 2 women, 3 infants, and quite a few small puppies who all died in the year 1030 from asphyxiation in their pit house within Chaco Canyon. Apparently, as they lay sleeping on a cold night, the ventilator shaft was plugged. The fire filled the room with carbon monoxide, and they all died in their sleep. When the men returned to the scene, they no doubt wept, grieved, and eventually burned the pit house down, and it was never reoccupied. This sad story raises a few questions, though. Where were the men? Were they at a ceremony at one of the great houses? Possibly. Were they out hunting? Well, hunting what? There were no more beasts in the canyon by then. The women's bodies that suffocated in the pit house may answer the question of where the men were. One of the women had 2 arrowheads still lodged in her when she died. She also had a broken arm, which seems to have been broken when she was protecting herself from being beaten by a club. Now, one of those arrow wounds was already healing, so this attack may not have happened when they died, but instead earlier. Maybe the men were out hunting the heathen who beat their women and shot them full of arrows. Another question is, was the ventilator shaft intentionally plugged? That answer is probably no, since they all died peacefully in their sleep, including the puppies, which certainly would have awoken to an intruder prowling around above the pit house. Although, who knows? Regardless of what happened, the wounds on the woman's body shows that even at the height of Chaco, before the troubles really began, life in Chaco was rough. Pacatat remarks, quote, mistreatment and physical abuse seem to have been a part of ordinary life for some Puebloan women, possibly captives or other low-status members of the community. In certain times and places, some captive foreigners were treated little better than slaves. Their crania show repeated evidence of having been struck in the head with a blunt instrument. Such gendered labor and abuse developed over the course of the 8th century, depending on where a person lived and who they were. End quote. So the Anasazi world essentially had slavery, which of course the Navajo stories back up. Okay, I am going to quote myself just this once. This is from the previous Anasazi series. James Kirker, an Irishman employed by the governor of Chihuahua to do questionable things to the Mexican Indians. That's not important right now. What's important is how fascinating Burke is to learn about. And of course, Burke played a huge role in the Apache series. I'll kind of skip through this a little bit. So Burke, as I mentioned in the Apache series, was kind of an anthropologist back in his day. He was really interested in the Indians of the American Southwest. And in 1881, he went to Zuni Pueblo. And he witnessed the Zuni clown known as Nuequi. Now I'll get back to quoting. Later, after the wars, he would come home and publish his experience under the title, The Use of Human Odor and Human Urine in Rites of a Religious or Semi-Religious Character Among Various Nations. 3 years after that, he would go on to publish his magnum opus, Scatological Rites of All Nations, a dissertation upon the employment of excrementitious remedial agents in religion, therapeutics, divination, witchcraft, love philters, etc., in all part of the globe. Man. So he was into some weird stuff. More importantly for this story of ours, he was able to, while he was visiting the Zunis, talk to the governor, who in Spanish told him this story, which he judiciously wrote down for posterity. In the days of long ago, en el tiempo de cuanto hay, all the pueblos, Moquis, Hopis, Zuni, Acoma, Laguna, Jemez, and others had the religion of human sacrifice, el oficio de matar de los hombres. At the time of the Feast of Fire, when the days are shortest, the victim had his throat cut and his breast opened, and his heart taken out by one of the cochinos, priests. This was their oficio, religion, their method of asking good fortune, pedir la suerte. End quote. So I believe I have personally seen evidence of this breast opening. I haven't seen someone's breast open and their heart taken out. But on a petroglyph at that site I mentioned earlier in the Galisteo Basin, the one with the giant Avanyu, I believe I saw a petroglyph that represented this. Now, this would have been after Chaco Anasazi times, but it's still significant. I will post a picture of it up at the website. So, on the rocks that overlook the Galisteo Basin, which have a nice view of the Ortiz Mountains, on these rocks was drawn a human figure with a giant hole in the center of him. The victim had his throat cut and his breast opened. Below the carving was a large protruding rock, like a pride rock. And on this rock it had been worn in the center. It was probably worn by the scraping off of the flesh on hides and animal skins. But I could not help but think it was also a perfect rock to bend someone over on, cut their throat, and tear out their heart. Also, the petroglyph's face was a flat face with 3 circles. A flayed face. The entire petroglyph had been pecked over, as if to erase it or to destroy its magic, probably by later Puebloans or even Apache. For all I know, the victim on the rock was himself an Apache. The Navajos are known to peck over cursed petroglyphs in Dineta, after all. Also, along that sandstone rock near the Avanyus, and sometimes using natural holes in the rock, were about a dozen other masks, demons, and flayed faces. And I will put all the cursed images up on the site so you can see them for yourself. Even the archaeologist with us suspected these were not very nice petroglyphs and representations. He declined to comment on them further. At Cahokia, a site in northeastern Arizona which dates to between 1150 and 1200, Christy Turner has seen a very clear picture of human sacrifice emerge, not on petroglyphs. This is sacrifice that involved flaying of the skin and cannibalism. Man-corn. One of the victims had their tongue cut out. Most of them had bone breakage, and that was to get the marrow and grease out, especially the rib grease. 30% of the bones had cut marks. There was pot polishing and scalping. Pot polishing, of course, is from the cooking of bones in boiling water. Most of the vertebrae at this site were crushed and then boiled. But worst of all, it appears the face of at least one individual was completely removed. Cut marks on the skull and mandible pretty much prove it. At Chaco, as Lexon said, quote, "Bad things happened here," end quote. Archaeologist Shane Baker in 1990 proposed that Anasazi cannibalism might have been used as a form of social control. Turner writes of this form of social control quite well. He dedicated a whole book to it. He said, quote, "We find it quite plausible that a few score or 100 well-organized and fanatical warrior cultists using rule-breaking but example-setting cannibalism and human sacrifice as conspicuous elements of terrorism might quickly and easily dominate small farming communities." End quote. No wonder the northern Mesoamerians wanted nothing to do with Chaco. If, and this is true, of course, which I believe that it is. There's also the anemia aspect, which I believe is a very valid point as well. Got to get meat somehow. Although I don't believe that was the bulk of man-corn in the Anasazi Chaco area. I think it was, as Turner said, conspicuous elements of terrorism. One David Carrasco in 1987 wrote about Aztec human sacrifice rituals and its use against neighboring peoples. He wrote, quote, "At these ceremonies of massive human sacrifice, the kings and lords from allied and enemy city-states were invited to the ceremonial center to witness a spectacular festival. The ritual extravaganza was carried out with maximum theatrical tension, paraphernalia, and terror in order to amaze and intimidate the visiting dignitaries, who returned to their kingdoms trembling with fear and convinced that cooperation, and not rebellion, was the best response to Aztec imperialism." End quote. I very well believe something similar could have been happening in Chaco. Now, remember La Quemada and her roads and the hanging and rotting limbs of those who did not submit to the pre-Toltec peoples that were displayed on La Quemada's wall? People from La Quemada, I am suggesting, are the same people who came up to lord over Chaco Canyon in the mid-800s. Massive human sacrifice and the subsequent displays of said sacrificial victims, that was something the Mesoamericans did in central and northern Mexico. This is something later Aztecs, who came from the north, and who claimed to be related to those at La Quemada, it is something that the Aztecs did as well. Could it not have been something the leaders of the Chaco and Anasazi did? I again speculate that there were very well may have been something to this effect in the canyon, and the farmers from around the Four Corners would have seen these gruesome displays, or something similar. They would have seen them as they brought in their tribute on those famous Chacoan roads, before possibly leaving with Fertilizer to repeat the process. And if you failed to bring tribute that year, whether through disobedience or bad luck, well, the Chacoan Committee for Public Safety was sent out to eat you and your entire family. Turner continues his hypothesis on why this cannibalism occurred in the Southwest. Quote, "Terrorizing, mutilating, and murdering might be evolutionarily useful behaviors when directed against unrelated competitors. And what better way to amplify opponents' fear than to reduce victims to the subhuman level of cooked meat? Especially when they include infants and children, for whom no power or prestige could be derived, but whose consumption would surely further terrorize, demean, and insult their helpless parents or community." End quote. Human meat. How widespread was cannibalism during the Chaco and Anasazi era? At least 300 individuals that have been found so far have the telltale marks of being eaten by other humans. That's almost one a year, although it didn't work out that way. But of course, there could be quite a few more that have yet to be discovered or are in a box somewhere in a museum warehouse just waiting to be studied. I am now going to read pretty extensively from a great article by Douglas Preston titled Cannibals of the Canyon. In the article, Preston interviews and hangs out with Turner. It is a great piece. It's very long. I won't be reading it all. But I will read a good chunk of it. So, now I'm going to start. As a test to see how widespread cannibalism might have been, Turner also examined a collection of 870 Anasazi skeletons in the Museum of Northern Arizona. He found that 8%, one skeleton in 12, showed clear evidence of having been cannibalized. All the markings of cannibalism are here, he said enthusiastically, pointing to the charnel heap. He lifted a plastic bag holding a piece of skull and slid the piece into his hand, cradling it gently. This is a good one to illustrate the roasting of the head. A lot of the heads have this burning pattern on the back. He indicated a patch on the skull where the bone was crumbling and flaking off. He handed it to me, and I took it gingerly. Clearly, he continued, they were decapitating the heads and putting them in the fire face up. Why? I asked. To cook the brain? It would have cooked the brain, yes, he said rather dryly. What happens when a brain is cooked? Thinking stops, except among some of my students. Turner pointed to the broken edge of the skull, which showed several places where sharp blows had opened the brain pan. Small pieces of broken skull were still adhering to the edges. These are peri-mortem breaks. This cannot happen except in fresh bone, he said. Peri-mortem refers to events at the time of death. Most of the bones, he said, showed numerous peri-mortem breaks. The crushing, splintering, and breaking of the bones had thus occurred just before it or just after death. He rummaged through the pile and showed me other bones. Some had cuts and marks of sawing near the joints, caused by dismemberment with stone tools. He pointed out similar cuts where the muscles had been attached to the bone. Evidence that meat had been stripped off. He showed me percussion marks from stone choppers used to break open bones for marrow and to hack through the skulls. End all quotes. I learned while studying for this episode that eating someone takes a lot of work. A lot of hard physical work. Okay, I should rephrase that. I did not personally learn from doing this. I just learned from reading. But first you got to kill someone, which is not easy with stone tools. And again, I would not know personally. You've got to bash them over the head repeatedly, stick them with arrows, cut their throat. And the person may not die immediately, and they may moan and groan and fight back. It's awful to imagine, so I suggest you don't imagine it. I just imagined it for you. But you've got to do the murder, then you've got to saw off the head, deflesh the face, tear off limbs once you've reached the bones because you can't easily saw through those. Tear off ligaments. The cannibal killers wanted more than simple flesh, though. They wanted the fat and the marrow in the vertebrae, so they took out the spine and crushed each vertebrae. They broke rib bones and sucked out the marrow. They had to start a fire and pour in some water into a ceramic vessel. Maybe they brought the vessel with them. More than likely, they're just using ceramic bowls the people they're tearing apart had made with their own hands. And now these men are eating their hands. Then you throw in some spices as the water boils before tossing in the fingers and joints and skulls. I'll stop there. But I will continue to read Douglas Preston's piece. He briefly talks about another researcher, a Tim D. White, a quote-unquote well-known paleoanthropologist. The article continues, quote, "To learn more about what cannibalism does to bones, White turned his attention to the American Southwest. In 1973, in Macaws Canyon, Colorado, an archaeological team had found the broken and burned remains of approximately 30 people scattered on the floors of a small ruined pueblo. White borrowed the bones in the summer of 1985 and studied them intensively for the next 5 years. He found all 5 of the indications of cannibalism that Turner had identified. But he also noticed another peculiar trait, a faint polishing and beveling on many of the broken tips of bones. White wondered if this polishing might have been caused by the bones being boiled and stirred in a rough ceramic pot to render their fat. To test this idea, White and his team performed an experiment. They broke up several mule deer bones and put the pieces in a replica of an Anasazi corrugated clay cooking pot, partly filled with water, and then heated the mixture on a Coleman stove for 3 hours, stirring it occasionally with a wooden stick. The fat from the bones rose to the surface and coagulated around the waterline, forming a ring of grease about half an inch thick. They decanted the contents, and White took a bone piece and scraped off the ring of fat around the inside of the pot. Under magnification, the deer bones showed the same microscopic polishing that White had observed on the Mancos bones. Furthermore, the bone used to scrape out the ring of fat showed a pattern of scratches that exactly matched that of one Mancos bone. White called this pot polish. End all quotes. So not only did you have to kill the people, but then you had to sit there for 3 hours amongst their remains while you boiled them in a pot and then scraped out the fat. At least 300 individuals as of the late 90s, so that number may have increased by now, but 300 separate individuals are known to have been killed and eaten by the Anasazi killer cannibals. I'm going to continue to read from the article. In the early 1990s, a firm called Soil Systems won a contract to excavate a group of archaeological sites at the base of Sleeping Ute Mountain in Colorado, on the Ute Mountain Ute Indian Reservation. The Ute planned to irrigate and farm 7,600 acres of land, and the law required them to excavate any archaeological sites that would be disturbed. The project director at Soil Systems was a young man named Brian Billman, who is now an assistant professor at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. He and his team began work in 1992, and at one unremarkable site along Cowboy Wash called 5MT10010, he and 2 colleagues, Patricia Lambert and Banks Leonard, made a grotesque discovery. The results have not yet been published, as of this article. They've been published now. But Billman was willing to talk to me about them, up to a point. We spoke by telephone the day before he was to go off to Peru to do field work. Billman spoke slowly and carefully, weighing every word, and this is the story he told. When the team began excavating, they uncovered what seemed at first a typical Anasazi site. Some rooms, a trash mound, and lined up in a row, 3 kivas. As the team dug out the first kiva, they found a pile of chopped up, boiled, and burned human bones at the base of a vent shaft leading up and out of the kiva. It looked as though the bones had been chopped up and cooked outside on the surface and then dumped down the shaft. There were cut marks in the bones made by stone tools, and the long bones had been systematically broken up for marrow extraction. In the second kiva, they found the remains of 5 individuals. In this case, it appeared that the bones had been processed inside the kiva itself. Instead of boiling, Billman recalled, it looked more like roasting going on. Here, cut marks at muscle attachments suggested that the bones had been defleshed, and again, they had been split open for marrow. The skulls of at least 2 individuals had been placed upside down on the fire, roasted and broken open, and the cooked brains presumably scooped out. In that same kiva, the team found a stone tool kit, such as was typically used in butchering a mid-sized mammal. The kit contained an axe, hammerstones, and 2 large flakes with razor-thin cutting edges. Billman submitted the toolkit to a lab, and the 2 flakes tested positive for human blood. The third kiva contained only 2 small pieces of bone, which had apparently been washed down from the surface. In the dead ashes of the central hearth, however, the team made an extremely unusual find. It was a nondescript lump of some material, which was field classified as macrobotanical remain, a piece of an unidentified plant. A worker put it in a bag, and when the team had a chance to examine it more closely back in the laboratory, they realized that it was a desiccated human turd or coprolite. After the fire had gone cold, Billman said, someone had squatted over the hearth and defecated into it. Billman sent the coprolite off to a lab at the University of Nebraska for analysis. The first oddity the lab noted was that it contained no plant remains. Other tests indicated that the coprolite had formed from digested meat. From a pollen analysis, the lab could tell that the coprolite had been deposited in the late spring or early summer, at the same time of year that the site was abandoned. In 3 nearby ruined sites, another group of excavators also found chopped up, boiled, and burned bones scattered about. The 4 sites, which seemed to constitute a small community, contained a total of 28 butchered individuals. Mysteriously, all 4 sites were filled with valuable portable items such as baskets, a rabbit blanket, pots, and ground stone tools. Little, if anything, seemed to have been taken. End quote. It is rough stuff. The article continues and it quotes Bill, the archaeologist. And this is what he saw from the evidence of the sites. Quote, well, the year was approximately 1150. Times were hard. The area was in the grip of a severe drought. Pollen samples showed that a crop failure had probably occurred the previous year. One late spring day, the community was attacked. The people were killed, cooked, and eaten. Then, in an ultimate act of contempt, one of the killers defecated in a hearth, the symbolic center of the family and the household. Instead of looting the site, the invaders left it and its many valuables for all to see. End quote. All it took was one bad crop year. Tribute may have not been paid, and they paid the ultimate price. And these 4 sites weren't the only ones in the area to have been raided and the people to have been eaten. The article goes on to say that after presenting those findings, Billman had a researcher come up to him and tell him, I can definitely prove that there was human flesh in that turd. And, well, this researcher, Richard Marler, he was asked by the Ute tribe not to publish it, but Preston, the article writer, tracked down the results independently and confirmed that, yes, all of the fossilized poops, all the coprolites, contain the, quote, presence of human myoglobin protein. Man corn. Chaco had sent out killer cannibals at the behest of the state to a group of people who had probably not given tribute that year because, as the article mentions, they had a bad crop. They couldn't spare any corn to bring to the great houses and their rulers of Chaco. So the Chacoan Committee of Public Safety murdered them, tore them to pieces, ate them, and shat them out in the middle of their kiva. A very symbolic move. The article continues, and I will read from it just a little bit more. I promise I'm almost done. Preston finishes the article talking about the last chapter of Mancorn, the chapter I have already quoted from quite a bit. This is the chapter where Turner suggests that Mesoamericans ruled Chaco, which is a suggestion he takes almost as much flack for as he did the suggestion of rather widespread cannibalism. At the end of the article, though, Preston and Turner visit a site in southeast Utah, which I'll talk about it after I read this last little bit. Turner tells Preston that he didn't think this is starvation cannibalism, although while not starving, the Anasazi were certainly hungry for iron, as I mentioned in detail earlier. So eating flesh may indeed have had some nutritional value, but it was mostly for terrorism. Here's the last little bit of the story by Preston. Quote, "For this was not," he says, "starvation cannibalism, such as befell the Donner Party. Starvation cannibalism did not explain the extreme mutilation of the bodies before they were consumed, or the huge charnel deposits, consisting of as many as 35 people. That's almost a ton of edible human meat. Or the bones discarded as trash. Furthermore, there was no evidence of starvation cannibalism or any other kind of cannibalism among the Anasazi's immediate neighbors, the Hohokam and the Mogollon, who lived in equally harsh environments and endured the same droughts." Turner decided that the civilization centered in Chaco Canyon was probably the locus of Anasazi cannibalism. The eating of human flesh seems to have begun as the Chaco civilization began, around 900, peaked at the time of the Chaco collapse and abandonment, around 1150, and then all but disappeared, except for at Palakawash being a notable exception. End quote. Quick recap on the Palakawash. I talked about that in detail in the Spanish series, but the Hopi, not the Anasazi, the Hopi, who are descended from the Anasazi, but the Hopi around the year 1700 massacred the entire Awatovi Mesa and mutilated a bunch of people for practicing Catholicism, or in their mind, witchcraft. And a lot of unfortunate people got ate. Turner got in big trouble with the Hopi for pointing this one out, which he admitted he was baffled by. The Hopi admit to massacring 800 men, women, and children, but as soon as he suggested cannibalism, he was universally condemned. Quote, "Why is it that the Hopi can admit killing 800 at Awatovi as if it was nothing, but then the whole universe falls apart when they are accused of cannibalism?" End quote. So the article ends with Preston and Turner going to a site near Monument Valley. There is a large great house in a beautiful and fantastically steep red sandstone cliff face, I have been told. The site has a name, and I will not mention it. I may or may not have been there, and if I did go there, it was on accident, of course, because you need permission to be there, which I may or may not have received if I had gone there. But there is this site with incredible views of Monument Valley that my wife and I have heard about. It takes some scrambling down, I hear. Years later, when I read this article for this episode, I wished I had not theoretically visited this site. Quote, "Turner lurched off the road to follow a track in the bottom of a dry wash. We skirted the base of a large mesa, stopped, backtracked, and stopped again. Turner finally got out, squinting in the brilliant sunlight and clutching the photograph. 'This is it,' he said. 'This is it exactly.' We scrambled up the sandy rise above the wash. The site lay about 20 feet above the valley floor, on the talus slope of Thunderbird Mesa. It was a small patch of sand sheltered among giant plates of stone that had spalled from the cliff behind, a sheer wall of redstone 400 feet high and streaked with glossy desert varnish. It was a breathtaking spot, commanding a sweeping view of Tsebia Flats, Rain God Mesa, the Three Sisters, Spearhead Mesa, and dozens of other buttes and mesas layered one against another, receding into vast distances. The afternoon sun was invading the valley, sculpting and modeling the buttes in crisp yellow light. The site itself was covered with wind-blown sand and clumps of Indian rice grass and snakeweed. In the center lay a large, exquisite piece of painted Anasazi pot, white, with a black geometric design. Near the pot, the edge of a slab-lined hearth stuck up from the sand. The smashed, chopped, and burned bones of 7 people had been found piled in this hearth. They were the remains of an old man and an old woman, a younger man, 2 teenage girls, a third adolescent of undetermined sex, and an infant. Turner believed that they had been ambushed, killed, mutilated, dismembered, and cooked right there, for the hearth seemed to have been custom built for that purpose. After it had been used, the cracked and burned bones were left there in the fire pit, and the site was abandoned. Turner poked around the site, scowling and squinting, with 2 cameras swinging from his neck. "The goji black on white," he said, glancing at the potsherd and referring to a common Anasazi pottery type. He took a careful series of photographs of the site and its surroundings. "Do you think that potsherd was left at the time of the massacre?" "Yes," he replied. "Why here?" "That's a bit of a mystery. It's not at anything, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was a great house near here and somebody got waylaid." He pointed to a wedge of green growth nearby. "There must be an intermittent spring there. That would be part of the story. Perhaps this was a hunting camp for deer or antelope. Perhaps it was in winter time. This is a nice place in the winter." As we were tramping around the site, an old Navajo man came by in a pickup truck which had 2 dazed, dust-covered tourists in the back. He was wearing a straw cowboy hat and was missing his front teeth. He stopped the truck. "Any Anasazi ruins around here?" Turner called out. "Over there," the man said, his hand waving obscurely across thousands of desolate acres. He seemed reluctant to talk more about the Anasazi and drove on. "That fellow was vague about ruins," Turner said to me, "but there must be some nearby. This is a Chindi place, a place of ghosts." He continued to move restlessly around the site, a skinny man with a pot belly and stick-like arms and legs, staring into every recess. Only the occasional click of his camera broke the stillness. I remembered my first interview with Turner, when I asked him why he was investigating cannibalism. He had replied breezily, "I think it's interesting. It's fun. Here's an unsolved problem." As I looked at his face, I could see that he was indeed having a marvelous time. Turner moved back to the car. I remained at the spot and looked around, trying to arrive at an understanding of what had happened here. The age and sex of the remains suggested that they might have been an extended family, 2 parents, 3 teenage children, a son-in-law and a little grandchild. Perhaps. I thought of my own family. The light deepened. A grasshopper began scratching among the dry stones, and a faint breeze brought with it the scent of sun-warmed sand. End all quotes. This story hits different when you have a newborn of your own. Turner may be correct that learning about cannibalism is interesting and fun. Until you really start to think about it. It gets pretty unbearable pretty fast. And it happened over 300 times in 300 years in the American Southwest under the dominion of the Chaco and Anasazi. The site the Navajo is referring to, the great house, is very large and beautiful, or so I've heard. But I wouldn't go there if I were you. The Navajo are onto something. It's certainly haunted. I cannot remember where I read this, but I made a note of it, which is good. The note simply states, "There are portions of Gary Paul Nabhan's book Coming Home to Eat that talk about how eating amaranth was considered sinful by arriving Catholic priests to the American Southwest desert areas. It was considered sinful because the local population associated amaranth with cannibalism and bone cakes. Apparently, when humans were eaten, they'd grind amaranth and mix it with the fat, the blood, and the pulverized and roasted bones of the victims. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is man corn. A phenomenon that does not appear on the Great Plains or in California or in the Great Basin at this time. As Turner says, quote, "Where is it? It's in Mexico." End quote. The last thing I'll say about cannibalism is that man corn is a very apt term. Of course, it's borrowed from the Nahuatl or Aztec word tlacatleoli, which translates into a, quote, "sacred meal of sacrificed human meat cooked with corn." End quote. The corn portion of that may explain why Mesoamericans and the Anasazi were more okay with eating each other than most other people on the entire planet. A study from 2017 showed that Eurasian hamsters, who are disappearing from France, unfortunately, I guess, these hamsters were given a diet of only corn. The results, well, they won't shock you after what I just talked about, but the results may help explain why hamster populations are declining in France. Sarah Zelinsky wrote for Science News and said, quote, "A typical cornfield is some 7 times larger than the home range for a female hamster. So the animals that live in these agricultural areas eat mostly corn, or whatever other crop is growing in that field. But not all crops provide the same level of nutrition." And Tissier, the researcher, Tissier and her colleagues were curious about how that might affect the hamsters. Perhaps there would be differences in litter size or pup growth, they surmised. So they began an experiment, feeding hamsters wheat or corn in the lab, with either clover or earthworms to better reflect the animals' normal omnivorous diets. "We thought the diets would create some nutritional deficiencies," Tissier says. But instead, Tissier and her colleagues saw something very different. All the female hamsters were able to successfully reproduce, but those fed corn showed abnormal behaviors before giving birth. They then gave birth outside their nests, and most ate their young on the first day after birth. Only one female weaned her pups, though that didn't have a happy ending either. The 2 brothers ate their female sibling. End quote. Now, of course, the Mesoamericans and Southwesterners were aware of this problem of a corn-only diet, which is why they grew the beans and the squash with it. They had a process of adding niacin to the corn, which is important. But what if something went wrong? Could corn, the thing that essentially amounted to their religion, could corn be a factor in the widespread cannibalism of the Americas? Regardless of why people ate each other, the fact still remains that it occurred in the first place, at an alarmingly high rate in the Anasazi world. It's hard to know if actual physical Mesoamericans, Toltec traders or warrior cultists, it's hard to know if they actually physically showed up or not. But what is undeniable is that Mesoamerican influence absolutely did appear in the American Southwest, as I have extensively gone over. Tim Pacatat believes that Chaco and Anasazi men traveled down south and collected the necessary mystery religion aspects and then brought them back north. Other archaeologists believe that influence arrived through trade. Turner, Fisher, and myself, maybe Alexan, we believe that actual physical Mesoamericans, probably Toltecs or early Toltecs or pre-Toltecs, actually came up with an emissary who then married into the native people before exerting a large amount of influence through the gathering of ritual objects, ritual knowledge, and agricultural knowledge of fertilizer and masonry construction. And sending an emissary may not be the correct way to put it. I tend to agree with Turner when he wrote, quote, "We propose that these Southerners were practitioners of the Xipe Totec and the Tezcatlipoca Quetzalcoatl cults." Try saying that 3 times fast. They entered the San Juan Basin around AD 900 and found a suspicious but pliant population whom they terrorized into reproducing the theocratic lifestyle they had previously known in Mesoamerica. This involved heavy payments of tribute, constructing the Chaco system of great houses and roads, and providing victims for ceremonial sacrifice. End quote. I mean, there is precedence for this. The Feathered Serpent Cult went and took Tikal. The Feathered Serpent Cult formed the Aztlan societies. The Feathered Serpent Cult corralled the Chichimecs to La Quemada and then Tula. And the Feathered Serpent Cult took over Chichen Itza. Lexon calls them thugs. Turner describes these Mexicans as, quote, cultists and warriors of the Quetzalcoatl Xipe Totec Tezcatlipoca deity complex. Say that 3 times fast. Who overwhelmed the local residents, such the way the soldiers led by Cortez fell upon Mexico. End quote. T.M. Pacatat writes, quote, "Sometime shortly after 1150 CE, at the crest of the medieval climate wave, Tula collapsed, and shortly thereafter, so did Chichen Itza." End quote. Which is the same time that Chaco itself collapsed. It seems something happened in the Toltec Empire which sent ripples throughout their sphere of influence. Chaco Canyon was being depopulated by the mid-1100s, at which point it appears many of them moved north to Aztec. Although there is a strong possibility that the elite of the elites stayed put in Chaco Canyon, and they still gathered resources from the Chacoan sphere despite that world around them crumbling. Paquetet writes, quote, "They were abandoning the canyon, they say, because the political power of the priests and leaders of this great social experiment had gotten out of control." End quote. That is no doubt part of it, but they may have gotten out of control because by 1150, firewood, well, there was never wood in the canyon to begin, as in there had been no wood in Chaco since like the Altai Thermal. But by 1150, there was no more wood being brought in. Wild game had been hunted out, wild plants had been overgathered, and clean water was becoming non-existent in the Chaco Canyon area. And on top of that, the reliable and plentiful rains that helped fuel Chaco's explosion began to taper off. And by 1090, the rains were much less reliable. They came less frequently, and with less quantity of water. But then rains did return for a time. The people could be fed again, and this no doubt bolstered the elite's claims over the weather and the heavens and earth. But it was short-lived. And again, by 1150, Chaco's influence was practically non-existent within the canyon itself. And actually outside of the canyon as well, if you count the change as from Chaco to Aztec. Chaco's growth, spurred by the knowledge of agriculture that came with the Mesoamericans, had grown the population to an unsustainable number. The desire to continue to grow in perpetuity led to collapse, and the violent Chaco Anasazi government couldn't keep it going, even with their threat of man-corn. Eventually, they lost control. An elite warrior class seems to have been established in the 1100s, though, and the elite became more violent to force more control that was slipping through their grasp. They closed and walled off great houses. They built more towers. They erected fortified citadel great houses to the north of Chaco Canyon in the 1130s, just as another drought hit. The Chaco and Anasazi had to do something, so they moved north, where there was more water at the San Juan River. They were closer to the mountains of the Mesoamericans as well. Maybe they even made a deal with them. For things weren't going swimmingly with the Mesoamericans either. But now was the time for them to exert a little influence and to shine. I've highlighted that the Mesoamericans and the Chacoans were at odds. But the truth is, a massive influx of Mesoamericans actually caused the growth of Chaco in the first place. Many of them came down from the highlands and farmed and interacted with Chaco Canyon. Many of them probably profited from this engagement as well. A few of them probably built great houses in and around the canyon itself to signify their importance to this system. But eventually, when these northerners saw the writing on the wall, a lot of them, starting in the mid-1000s, mid-1000s, they began to move back to Mesa Verde in the area. And they did it just in time, too, as the previous violence I highlighted showed. But the people weren't just leaving the canyon for Mesa Verde, as David Stewart points out in Anasazi America. They were heading to every single upland area, north, south, east, and west. They were heading for, quote, the Chusca and Lucachucay mountains on the west, the Mesa Verde and San Juan ranges on the north, the Gallina highlands on the east, the foothills of Albuquerque, Sandia, and Manzano mountains on the southeast, and Cebolleta Mesa, the El Moro district, and the Zuni mountains to the south. End quote. But all of this resettlement led to fierce competition. Life didn't simply get easier because they migrated. And in some areas, like Taos and Gallina, people were already living there. people who did not want to share their homeland with these corn-obsessed, man-corn-eating newcomers. In March of 2024, the paranormalist and his brother, my friend, took me on a spooky adventure to Nogales Cliff House and Rattlesnake Point. This is the heartland of the Guyana culture. It was a cold, windy, and storm-threatening day. Snow laid in the patches of shadow beneath the tall trees. The ground was wet. On our approach at the mouth of the steep canyon, we noticed the hide of an elk, which had been detached from the elk that once owned it. We found it curious, and we wondered what had happened. That is, until only a few feet away we saw the prints in the soft yellow dirt. They were lion prints. We found, seemingly, the cause of the hide separation from its owner. I was armed, so I kept my hand at the ready, in case the beast showed itself. As we approached the climb up to the Nogales Cliff House ruins, my friend noticed more prints in the soft ground. These prints were from an elk. The elk prints went the entire trail up to the ruins. We followed in this ghost elk's hooves. He meandered around the ruins just as we did. And then at the southern end of the ruins where they ended, where the cliff got too steep, the hoof prints disappeared. It was a very eerie place. Thunder rumbled a few times. The wind shook the tops of the trees. From there, we went out and checked the string of once tall and imposing towers that the Guyana built in the 1100s, just as the Chacoan sphere seems to have spiraled out in all directions. At the same time the Anasazi people began to seek higher ground, one of these towers on Rattlesnake Point had at that time been 35 feet tall. Another one nearby was 27 feet tall, and still in good shape when it had been excavated 80 years prior to our arrival. One thing the Guyana area has is a ton of elk. It's one of the busiest natural corridors for the large creature in the nation. The animals cross Highway 550 near Cuba and then meander through the sheer north-south running mountains before the herds of elk head north into the San Juans near Chama and Pagosa Springs. The Guyana had meat, but little else, for even their river was not of good quality and was full of silt and metals, that is, when it ran at all. They were a simple people who were purposefully avoiding the Chacoans, much like the Fremont had done. It seems they were from the San Juan area, but had left during the 800s, right when the Mesoamericans had arrived and took over. It seems the Guyana wanted nothing to do with the newcomers. The Guyana kept to themselves and built elaborate pit houses, fancy ones as Lexing calls them. They did not trade with Chaco. No Chacoan ceramics are found there. They also built not a single kiva. None exist. But curiously, there have been many tunnels excavated at Guyana sites, tunnels that lead from their fancy pit houses to the giant towers they built. And besides being tall, these towers were just enormous. They were incredibly thick by the standards of the day. Some of them were 5 times thicker than the average 12th century wall. So that thickness, paired with the tunnels and the heights of the towers which were connected by said tunnels, it tells a story of a people who were extremely oriented towards the defense of themselves and their loved ones. It seems with these defensive measures that the Guyana people were pretty successful at avoiding the Chaco Anasazi. That is, right up until they weren't. And then they met a horrific end right as Chaco fell apart. It seems the Guyana's mammal-rich lands were sought after by a hungry migrant population. A population that most likely became the Jemez people. In an account by Frank Hibben from 1944 titled The Mystery of the Stone Towers for American Antiquity, Hibben lays out what was discovered over 80 years ago. Quote, "The first towers they examined were the first ones they spotted. They were rectangular structures 25 to 30 feet high. They were well-made structures, constructed with sandstone blocks with adobe mortar. There were no external ladders or doorways, but on the inside of the towers they found ladders and the remains of collapsed and burned roofs. The interior walls were brightly painted with illustrations of plants, symbols, animals, and what they interpreted as flags. At the bottom, strewn around on stone slab floors, they found unbroken pottery, leather articles, clothing, feathers, benches, masks, horns, and more. In the very first tower they explored, they were stunned when they found the occupants at the bottom. Hibben wrote, quote, "What fairly made us gasp as we carefully uncovered them was the occupants of the tower itself. They were still here, and their story was with them. And all, scattered about the tower in various positions and attitudes, were 16 people." End quote. Examination revealed that they had been killed. The wood roof had been set on fire and collapsed, and the bodies had been mummified in near perfect condition. A woman at the bottom had been crushed by falling stones, but she had carried 16 arrows with her and had the remains of a bow in her hand. 2 men were lying in the center, one with 3 bows in his hand and the other holding 27 arrows. Another man was found with an axe in his skull. Another woman had an arrow in her shoulder. They also found a small boy who apparently died after falling from the roof area. Hibben cleared 17 towers during their explorations, and all showed the same result. All of the towers had been attacked and burned, and all of them had the remains of the defenders in them. Analysis of the wood showed that the towers were probably made around AD 1143 to 1245. End all quotes. Hibben wrote another article titled Murder in the Guyana Country, which goes into even more detail. I'm not sure why the Guyana fascinates myself and so many others. It's probably that same feeling of being drawn to the macabre that true crime aficionados have. I really can't say. Maybe to me it's the mystery, as gruesome as it may be. These people had lived here and had wanted to be left alone, as is evidenced by their lack of trade with Chaco. But that just wasn't going to fly for some people who needed them removed from the scene for whatever reason. It's a lesson we can learn from, I believe. No matter how much you want to just live your life and grill, there are always people that want you and your way of life destroyed. If you wait too long to do anything about it, you may end up like the Guyana. Here's Hibben from Murder in the Guyana Country. Quote, "The feet of the skeleton had quite definitely been cut off. Ragged slivers of bone showed where some ancient flint weapon had cleaved through the flesh and tendons of the ankles. Nor was this all. In the skull, an arrowhead had carried away the upper border of one eye, and another had buried itself in the side of the neck. Before us lay a mound of 10 skeletons. Off to one side by the fire pit was a collection of small bones that had been a baby of 6 months or so. The body showed no visible wound or weapon, but the thin skull bones were crushed. The skeletons on the main pile had been men and women, ranging from a boy in his teens to a man of some 60 years. All of these lay in a common heap, from which arms and legs radiated at all angles. There had been no reverent placement of these dead. Heads and bodies lay twisted and contorted on belly and back just as they had fallen together." He continues, quote, "Another feminine body, lying among the charcoal beams, was that of a young girl. Her hair, which remained almost whole, was dressed in 3 braids with small pieces of colored buckskin worked into the strands. The body of one man showed even the eyeballs preserved, and the blackened skin of his features was contorted into a grimace of pain, as if from the arrows in his belly or the heat of the burning roof." He continues, quote, "The remains of a young lad of 17 or 18 especially attracted our attention. This body had evidently attempted to crawl into a ventilator shaft which had been built in the thickness of the wall to conduct fresh air into the lower part of the tower. But the aperture was too small for his whole body, and he had been able to thrust only his head and one shoulder into the opening. 2 arrows had struck him in the hip from behind. Although the blackened flesh had been burned to a dark froth by the heat, we could still see how the skin had been sucked inward around the wooden arrow shafts. His skull, in the recess of the ventilator shaft, was whitened and untouched. The lower part of his body, lying on the stone floor of the tower, was darkened by the fire and flattened by the fall of the roof and stones from above. He continues, quote, "One skeleton had a rough spear point lodged in the ribs. Another had received an arrow in the lower abdomen. The shaft had plunged clear through, and the arrowhead was embedded in the sacrum. This point was not made of the usual flint or obsidian, but was fashioned from a fossil shark's tooth, a relic of a geologic age even more ancient than the Guyana. Another skeleton, that of a mature woman, had an arrow embedded in the bone at the back of the skull. Still another had been shot at close range in the forehead. The flint arrowhead had broken completely through the frontal bone. One individual, a man of 35 years or so, must have clung tenaciously to life. He lay on his back on top of several of the others, with his head and neck hanging grotesquely downward. The top of his skull was completely bashed in as though by a stone club. A flint arrowhead was embedded in his face, and another in his neck. A spear point had been plunged into his chest. His jaw had sagged open in death and still remained gaping in a macabre grimace as we cleaned the dirt from the white teeth. Finally, on top of the pile of skeletons, several large blocks of sandstone lay as though they had been thrown down by an enemy upon some corpse that yet twitched a little." And then one final quote from Hibben. "This seemed at first to be the last of the evidences of violent death, but more appeared as we cleaned the skeletons to take photographs. Every one of the skeletons lacked both feet. The bones were well preserved, but the legs ended at the ankles. As we looked more closely, we could see the jagged ends of bone, which showed where the feet of two of the skeletons had been hacked off with a flint instrument. The left hands of two other skeletons were also missing, having been severed at the lower arm in the same fashion." End quote. Kind of puts the protests of the Acoma people against Oñate in a different light. I might get in trouble for that one. In a later paper by James Mackey and R.C. Green titled Largo Guyana Towers, an Explanation, the two archaeologists found evidence for, you guessed it, man-corn. Quote, "Of the 10 skeletons found on the floor of the BG-20 pit house, 4 show evidence consistent with an interpretation of cannibalism." End quote. Of the dozens of bodies recovered at Guyana sites, not a single one was intact, meaning they were all killed and disarticulated. They didn't die peacefully in their sleep. Stewart writes of Guyana and says, quote, "That they had been purposely dismembered is certain. Flint knives had left deep striations on long bones where limbs were separated from the torso. Many had had their skulls crushed, probably by stone axes or mauls. Others had been decapitated, even children." End quote. Stewart concludes that an estimated 60% of adults and 38% of children died violently at Guyana. And then some of those who died were subsequently eaten by their attackers. The Guyana region is yet another one of those places I've been to that had blood in its soil and evil baked into the rocks by a devouring fire set by the attackers. It's kind of incredible how many places I've now been to in the American Southwest, where, long ago, a few psychopaths murdered, mutilated, and man-corned entire families. Is it interesting? Well, sure. Is it haunting? Absolutely. So as the Chacoan world fell apart and flung itself in every direction in an act that was as violent as a hurricane, a new capital emerged. That capital would be at Aztec, which sits directly on the Chaco Meridian. Whoever ran Aztec, it seems they were trying to recreate Chaco. That seems certain. At this time, Mesoamerican or Aztec-style pottery seems to take over the land. Beautiful murals of landscapes appear here at Aztec as well. The people began to paint the exterior of their bowls. Aztec also begins to build roads. For 100 years, the people had been heading back up to the highlands of Mesa Verde. So Chaco needed to make a connection with them, those people that had fled. They needed to keep their tribute flowing, and also finally get those Mesa Verdeans within the Chacoan sphere fully. At least the ones that had never made their way to the canyon in the first place. The Chacoans who took over Aztec in the area of the San Juan River, according to Lexon, they bullied and coerced, possibly even enslaved the local people. That sounds a lot like Chaco and Anasazi for Mesoamerica. Or at least their distant descendants, doesn't it? For instance, the cool green stone at Aztec that it lines the walls is from around 4 miles away. Someone had to carry it. The stone discs they put under the tall trees at the Kivas, or the tall poles at the Kivas, came from upwards of 20 miles away. The trees came from 18 miles away. Aztec took off in the mid-1100s, right in time for a massive and debilitating drought. And this drought brought even more violence, as the Guyana story tells. But most of the violence centered in the Aztec core area. The Chacoans were continuing to try to exert their influence over a people who'd had enough. Lexon calls the time terrible and violent. He said at the seminar that stress related to extreme drought and political and personal boundaries fomented even more violence. I would add to that anemia as well. There's the massacre at Cowboy Wash I talked about in the first Anasazi series, and I talked about with the Mancorn just recently. It was a large-scale and coordinated attack. Chusca farmers were slaughtered. People in the La Plata Valley got murdered as well. There was a lot of Mancorn. Cannibalism spiked at this time. This was clearly ideological. This was an attempt by the Chaco and Aztec Anasazi to enforce dominance. Lexon said, quote, "Resist Aztec? Goodbye." End quote. By the mid-1200s, the Mesoamerican began to rebel. There's more turmoil. The rain only comes once a year now. The deities were losing control. And eventually, all heck breaks loose. Chaco and Aztec Anasazi are burned alive at Salmon Tower, Kiva at 1270. And it is Salmon. It's like a Jewish guy's name who moved to the area. His last name is Salmon. I know how to say salmon. But people are burned alive at the Salmon Tower Kiva. Rooms of founding Great House members are burned to the ground. Aztec's massive tri-walled structures are purposefully dismantled. The floor at Aztec is gouged out. And Aztec West burns. Places in Chaco Canyon are even taken apart. 1270 was the end of the Chaco and Anasazi area. It was the end of Chaco and Aztec being ruled by the Mesoamericans. Or at least the Mesoamerican dynasty that had ruled for almost 300 years. The Anasazi didn't completely disappear, though. The ones that didn't head south stayed behind to become the Hopi and the Zuni. The ones that did leave headed first to Upatki and the canyons around Flagstaff. Then they went further south below the Mogollon Rim and in the Gila Wilderness. before they finally reached Pachime. Pachime is on Lexington's Chaco Meridian. I discussed the incredible facts of the meridian in the previous series, so I won't go over it again here, but it truly is incredibly interesting that every major center for the Anasazi over hundreds of years popped up on this very specific and straight line. Richard Fisher, though, he brings up the Chaco Meridian, and he believes that this straight line was there for a reason. He calls it the monsoon meridian. He writes, quote, "The Chaco Meridian is a natural rainfall event where summer monsoon storms associated with lightning flow north along the continental divide from central Mexico to southwestern Colorado. These thunderstorms are filled with measurable fertility originating in the tropics." End quote. That's a good point. He further points out that, quote, "Virtually all of the Chacoan as well as Pachime Anasazi political systems are geographically located within the monsoon meridian." He then proposes that this natural phenomenon is the basis of the step-fret lightning pattern that dominates ceramic design of those eras and is one of the fundamental foundations for Choco-Pachime religion. Additionally, he points out that, quote, "It appears that fertilizer is the driver of these cultures. One aspect of naturally occurring fertilizer is rainfall associated with lightning, which has an easily observable and strong positive effect on crops and agricultural production." End quote. In his book, he then shows a pretty awesome satellite photo. It shows that the Choco-Pachime people were spot on with their monsoon-dominated living patterns. Quote, "Perhaps as the longitude 107.57 falls right in the center of this monsoon meridian, this is the reason for the alignment of Aztec, Chaco, and Pachime." End quote. Now, sure, I think that's excellent reasoning, but the line itself was in fact very important. And as time went on, during the Anasazi area, the settlements got closer and closer together to that actual straight line on the map. Like I mentioned in the 500s, the canyon was about 9 miles long, and they go north, recreate that 9 miles, then they go back down to Chaco, it's about 7 miles. They go to Aztec, it's even shorter. By the time they get to Pachime, it's just one compact group of, or one compact city on the line itself at Pachime. So the line really was important. But the line could have been there because of this monsoon meridian. I really do want to talk about Pachime, but I'm going to save it for the very end. First, I'd like to talk about what on earth was going on in the east and how they were connected to the southwest and to Mesoamerica. Over 1,000 years ago, and actually well into the Spanish era, there were roads that connected Mesoamerica, not only to the southwest, but also to the Mississippi River. Although Pocketat writes in Gods of Thunder, quote, "No smoking gun evidence has been found, and perhaps none will be." End quote. I have extensively covered how the ancient ones in North and Central America used to walk and even run. From the Anasazi to the Tarahumara to the Apache, the people of the Americas could cover great distances on foot. They had no beasts of burden, so walking and running was the modus operandi for the people. And if you listen to my episode over the Humanos, they may have had a great influence in moving goods from Mesoamerica to the southwest and even to the east. What is known as that corn grown in the east came from the American southwest. And that corn came from Mesoamerica. But growing corn in the east of the Great Plains, was not something traditionally done. They had plenty of crops already that they were growing, and the Eastern Indians were rather adverse to growing corn at first. That is until around AD 900. Pocketat writes, quote, "The earliest corn in the Mississippi Valley was adopted at just about the time that Chaco Canyon was coalescing out in northwestern New Mexico, and soon thereafter appears at the other end of the Santa Fe Trail and south a bit on the Arkansas River." End quote. And the Arkansas River is where a people known as the Caddoans appear. The Caddoans built circular mounds and had their own culture which was astonishing and which had a lot of ties to Mesoamerica. But what the Caddoans did that was truly amazing was head north to the Missouri-Illinois border and create a sprawling metropolis we call Cahokia, right on the Mississippi River. There were people living there, sure, but the Caddoans saw an opportunity and they took it. They then built the massive and impressive Cahokia Mississippi Center. Sound familiar? The Cahokians, you'll be shocked to learn, built according to celestial alignments. They grew corn, and they had abundant human sacrifice. Oh, and some of the elite had dental modifications very similar to the Mesoamericans. These were notched incisors, but curiously, mostly women had them. Cahokia's reach was grand. After they took off, their artifacts appeared as far away as Florida. Pocketat writes, quote, "One such possession is a Cahokian redstone smoking pipe bowl found on Dauphine Island off Mobile Bay in the Gulf of Mexico. Cahokians had carved it to look like crayfish." End quote. The Cahokians also traveled very far north into Wisconsin to make religious shrines and effigy mounds. Kind of like how the Anasazi built Chimney Rock. In Cahokia, the practice of human sacrifice, which had started with the Caddoans, who in turn had got it from Mesoamerica. At Cahokia, human sacrifice occurred on a regular basis, and it began at the same time that Chaco was taking off. As a matter of fact, Caddoan arrows have been found in sacrificial pits with the victims. Not in the victims, just laying next to them. One sacrifice at Cahokia involved one of these enormous cypress trees that they brought in and placed into the ground all over the site. I haven't mentioned that yet, but world trees and the Voladores are all over Cahokia. And there were these giant cypress trees. One of these cypress trees had been removed from the hole where it had been placed. Water had then filled the hole, probably from a recent storm. And then a 19-year-old girl, her arms and legs bound, was thrown into the enormous cylindrical hole and then covered with earth. And this happened pretty much everywhere there are poles or pole holes at Cahokia. These enormous trees, though, Pocketat writes, quote, "When originally standing, these large poles would have been highly visible markers, allowing priests to make visual alignments between the earth on which they stood and celestial events above their heads, such as the rising and setting of full moons. The poles themselves might have been viewed as living beings." He continues, quote, "But the size of Cahokia's poles and the frequency with which they seem to have been emplaced and then removed over and over again suggests something more. That something more likely involved a Mesoamerican-style pole climbing ritual. After all, the Cahokian poles measured from 1 to 3 feet in diameter and may have been projected skyward as much as do Volador poles in Mexico today, 100 or more feet. At that height, some of the great posts on top of platform mounds were subject to being struck by lightning, much as archaeologists experienced when they experimented with a telephone pole atop the summit of Monk's Mound. Twice that summer, it was struck and shattered by lightning." End quote. And Monk's Mound is the massive platform mound pyramid at Cahokia. I will have pictures of it on the site. These poles have hints in iconography from Cahokia and also from Caddo, but these poles were more than likely used in the Mesoamerican-style pole-flying Quetzalcoatl worshipping ceremonies. Pocketat writes, quote, "Turning to Cahokian and Caddo artwork, we see similar depictions of thunder gods or their disembodied raptor mask-wearing heads arranged around a strapped pole. In the case of one fragmentary Cahokian sandstone tablet, the dismembered heads of men wearing raptor masks are arranged around pole and rope motifs on one side, and the heads of ivory-billed or pileated woodpeckers, birds that chisel into poles, are similarly depicted on the reverse side. The pole's diagonal stripes, more than likely, are a simplified wind motif, much like that seen on Cahokian pots. They might also be rope motifs, connecting the raptor men of the Mississippi Valley with some version of Mesoamerican-derived pole flying ritual. Either way, it seems unlikely that Cahokian poles were merely passive marker posts that simply stood like an obelisk in one place for multiple seasons or years. Rather, these were active ritual monuments around which Cahokians performed, either on the ground or as flyers hanging from ropes. That's probably why they were so massive, so tall, and so frequently put in and pulled out. The Cahokian pole ceremony was transplanted from Mesoamerica. End quote. The Caddoans, who formed Cahokia, built both circular and rectangular pyramids at Cahokia. They also had many shrines devoted to water, or surrounding springs or water sources. These shrines also occasionally doubled as steam baths. Cahokia also had raised causeways or roads, and these raised roads were straight. And they linked the pyramids or mounds to water shrines that dotted the area or to each other. The roads also align with cosmic and celestial events. Are you seeing the similarities? Circular flat-top mounds appear at Caddo around the same time great circular kivas start appearing at Chaco, around the 900s. Around the same time they appeared at Huasteca, that place I talked about where the water-worshipping Maya moved up to the north of the river on the Gulf, and there they blended with Toltec. Then the circular top pyramids arrived from Caddo to Cahokia around 1050. And those circular-topped pyramids probably originated in that Huastec region when Mesoamericans from that area introduced the Caddoans to them. But then again, those circular pyramids started in the west at the Aztlan region by the pre-Toltecs. So it's all kind of connected, and the Toltecs are the key. Cahokians didn't drink chocolate, but they did drink the black drink, and they drank it in circular Caddoan vessels, reminiscent of Mesoamerican vessels. The same way the Chacoans drank chocolate out of circular Mesoamerican vessels. Even the plant to make the black drink came from the Caddo regions. Pocketet writes, quote, Cahokian objects are buried with the Caddo dead in Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Louisiana. End quote. So clearly I'm trying to show you that Caddoans built Cahokia, and Caddoans had connections to the Southwesterners and the Mesoamericans, particularly those Huasteca Maya Toltec people from the Gulf. But there's more. The Cahokians wore masks that originated in Mesoamerica. These masks have been found from Minnesota and Wisconsin all the way down to Florida. Pocketet writes, quote, the idea of wearing long-nosed god maskettes as ear ornaments was a Mesoamerican derivative. They could be Cahokian-made renditions of a rain god, Tlaloc or Chak, but are most likely derived from the good and bad creator deities who bring the rain, the thunderers, a.k.a. Quetzalcoatl and Tezcatlipoca. End quote. So there's Quetzalcoatl again. This hooked nose on the mask was most likely a bird's beak. They could have represented the men who flew on those poles. Poles found in Mesoamerica, Pueblo Bonito, and Cahokia. Pocketet says of artifacts found at Cahokia, quote, man heads are arranged around a pole motif. The conjunction of ghostly faces, pole imagery, and birdman symbolism may indicate the presence of pole flyer or Voladore ceremonialism imported from Mesoamerica. The same character would seem to hint at a thunderbird turned human. End quote. But also found at Cahokia, human sacrifice daggers, the Tecpatl. Quoting Pocketet again, he's my only source over this part of the episode. He wrote, quote, archaeologists have long puzzled over these chipped stone daggers, 6 to 10 inches in length, narrow at the bottom, and wide at the top. In size and shape, they are dead ringers for Toltec and Aztec-style Tecpatl from central Mexico. such as those buried at Tlatelolco and Tenochtitlan, as offerings at the base of Aztecs' temples to Quetzalcoatl. Even the flint knapping technology used to chip out the Cahokia artifacts is similar to Mesoamerica's dagger chipping technology. End quote. There are hundreds of examples of Tecpotl-style knives made at Cahokia after the year 1050. Almost all of them are identical in size and form to Mesoamerican knives. Pacatat writes of the Tecpotl and says, quote, "In the art of the Toltecs, whether at Tula or Chichen Itza, the daggers are depicted on chacmuls as worn in an arm strap, presumably associated with the killing and carving up of human sacrifices. The Toltec and Aztec gods, Quetzalcoatl and Tezcatlipoca, and later Huitzilopochtli, the dual wind that brings rain gods, are invoked in myths of earlier episodes of creation in which the gods themselves are killed." End quote. So at Cahokia, the Caddoans brought bird masks, daggers, circular water shrines, circular mounds, circular steam baths, monumental roads, and freestanding vertical poles, all at the same time. And all of this has origins in Mesoamerica. But then in 1170, right after the fall of Chaco, a good portion, the elite portion of Cahokia, was burned with everything in it. No one reoccupied that area. There were no more circular mounds built, no more circular bathhouses constructed, and no more poles were replaced. Also at this time, the southern Caddoans and the Cahokians, whom they coerced into building Cahokia, broke their ties. To me, it's a near identical story to Chaco and the Mesoamericans. A group comes up from the south with Mesoamerican magic, turns the area into a powerhouse, but uses a lot of violence to do it. And then, after hundreds of years, or in Cahokia's case 100 years, the locals kick out the foreigners. Then the southerners go back down south and create a massive complex that lasts for a couple hundred years longer. For the Caddoans, they go down to Spiro, Oklahoma. And there they begin to use even more Mesoamerican features. They even begin depicting speech bubbles like the Mesoamericans on their art. And a very specific serpentine earth monster begins to dominate the art of Caddo and Spiro, Quetzalcoatl. For the Anasazi, they head down to Pachime. And actually talking about this, I just came up with this as I was reading my script here. What if Chaco fell in 1150 and the capital moved to Aztec? We know that. What if, as Donna Glowacki pointed out, Mesa Verde and Aztec are the same? So what if Aztec was ran by the Mesa Verdeans and all that violence was Mesa Verdean punishment against the Chacoan? What if Salmon and Cowboy Wash was Mesa Verdeans getting back at Chacoans? I don't know. I really do not know. I'm just spitballing that right now. I think I'll keep this in, actually. It's food for thought. Now, I have one more group of people I need to talk about that helps paint the picture of the Anasazi's migration to Pachime, while also finishing the painting of the people who stayed in the Four Corners, at least for a time. I have doubted, and I have vocalized my doubt, that the Athabascans were present during the Chacoan phenomenon. I have since changed my mind. I'm not sure they were in the area in great numbers, or I'm not sure how long they were there, but I do believe now that some Athabascans witnessed something. They certainly learned a few things from it, if not from the Anasazi themselves, and certainly from the ancestral Puebloans, like the Mesa Verdeans. I have, since the last series, some 2.5 years ago, spent a lot of time studying the Apaches. I believe the Apache ancestors burnt out the people at Montezuma's castle. I believe they were hanging around the Mesa Verdeans. I believe they, or a few of them, witnessed the brutality of the Mesoamerican influenced Anasazi. There are just too many stories, I believe their practice of avoiding Anasazi sites and its ghost sickness is quite telling enough. Contrarily, the Athabascans may have run into the Mesoamerican after the Mesoamerican moved back into the great houses at Chaco during the cold spell known as the Little Ice Age, which is after Aztec fell apart. This cold spell may have been the very catalyst of the Athabascans leaving the northern fringes. It may be why the Mesoamerican left the northern fringes. I was recently texting a listener who became a dear friend in real life here in New Mexico. We have grabbed lunches and dinners together, and he is my Southwest seminar attending partner. We were texting about this episode and about the Athabascans who may or may not have been in the Southwest during the Mesoamerican occupation of the Chaco and Anasazi world. And this is eventually, more or less, it's a little edited, but this is what I sent him after some contemplation by both of us. Quote, if I'm a migrant population that has been traveling for decades or centuries on the western edge of the Rocky Mountains looking for a place to settle down, and I run into a people, maybe the Fremont, who purposefully left the Chaco region centuries before, and these people say the Chacoans down there have a lot of corn, sure, but they're mean and evil. I'm not sure I run down to the Chacoans and ask to join. I think I meander on the outskirts until I notice them unraveling, and then I swoop in and fill the vacuum. The Athabascans are incredibly interesting. I still sent him all this. There were clearly two migrating peoples, one on the east of the Front Range and one on the west of the Rockies. I'm not sure if they were in contact with each other or if they arrived at the same time or if they even were friendly towards one another. Certainly their descendants weren't friendly towards one another. But it seems the Athabascans took advantage of a deteriorating Anasazi situation, and as the Anasazi migrated out, the Navajo de Apache swooped in. And when some of the ancestral Puebloans or Anasazi stayed a bit longer than the Athabascans wanted them to, they burned them out or killed them, like at Montezuma's castle. And then they took the Anasazi's desert oasis mountains. For all we know, the Mesoamerians or ancestral Puebloans left the Four Corners after the Anasazi left because they made a deal with the Athabascans. Like, y'all take this land, we don't want it anymore, and we'll move if you'll help us kick out these Mesoamericans. End quote. Now that was just pure spitballing with my friend Matt, but there could be some truth to it. It's certainly not the only plausible scenario, though. They may have bypassed the Fremont and stepped right into the western Anasazi's homeland, where they immediately got taken prisoner or enslaved. Some may have been sacrificed. Certainly something happened to build hostility. Maybe word got back to the rest of the Athabascan migrants and of this hostility, and when they arrived, they sought revenge. They burned out the Mogollon Rim people and forced them further south to Pachime. Athabascans certainly raided and looted the eastern ancestral Puebloans after the Anasazi Civil War. These eastern Athabascans seem to have arrived later, and I tend to think they became the Apache, as they slowly took over every desert mountain oasis. Meanwhile, in the west, the ancestors of the Navajo were the ones to force the remainder of the Anasazi south to Mexico at Pachime. And remember, even the Pachime were forced out and went even further south. Even Pachime burned. Who knows, maybe the Apache and Navajo, the Athabascans, had a hand in that as well. I honestly have no idea. And I'm not standing by this 100%, because again, I'm just guessing. I do know the ancestral Puebloan culture and the Athabascan culture did not get along. But there may have been a time when they teamed up to fight the Mesoamerican heart-carving and human sacrifice-demanding Chaco and Anasazi leaders. Or maybe the Athabascans, like I mentioned, ran into the remnants of the Mesa Verde people who didn't treat them too well. Certainly the Mesa Verdeans, before abandoning the Chaco area altogether, they were building very defensively. I would not doubt that this defensive posture was in response to the newly arrived Athabascans. Or alternatively, maybe the Navajos were forced to work for the Anasazi, and the Anasazi leader the Navajos have called the Great Gambler. I'll briefly summarize something Lexon said at the Southwest seminar. He essentially said, sort of quote, The Navajo have so many stories about the great gambler. He was the king. He's not Pueblo or Navajo, and he enslaves everyone from Ute to Navajo, and you build houses for him, and you give him tribute et Chaco. The great gambler was really bad, so the Navajos didn't have casinos for a very long time. End semi-quote. The great gambler was so bad that he influenced Navajo politics well into the 20th century. According to Navajo legend, as told by Lexon, the ancestral Puebloans, I assume with Navajo help, they eventually turned this great gambler at Chaco Canyon into an arrow and shoot him south where he came from. South where he came from. And he wasn't Navajo nor Puebloan. So you're telling me he's Mesoamerican? Interestingly, archaeologist George Hubbard Pepper, in the late 1890s, when he was excavating room 33 at Pueblo Bonito, the room with all that turquoise and the two quote-unquote founders of Pueblo Bonito, when this archaeologist asked his Navajo field hands to help him excavate that room, they flat out refused. Pepper was insistent, but the Navajo still said no. He offered them more money. Still, the Navajo excavators, despite having already dug up rooms with plenty of buried individuals and having no qualms doing it, they still said no to excavating this particular room 33, the room with the founders of Chaco. Why would they say that? Why would they refuse if the Navajo had no knowledge of what was going on at Chaco? Clearly, the Navajo do have knowledge. I'm just not sure where it came from or who they got it from. And different Navajo will tell you a different story. Also about the Athabascans being in the area by at least the 1200s. David Stewart says this in Anasazi America, quote, "Dental remains typical of Navajo Athabascan people were uncovered a few years ago at Trinidad Lake, Colorado, and they were laboratory dated to approximately 1175. If these data are confirmed by additional finds, it could suggest that Navajos moved into their final homeland just after the Chaco Anasazi world spilled out of the San Juan Basin in the mid-1100s. End quote. I would suggest those eastern teeth at Lake Trinidad, just below the Spanish Peaks, or the breasts of the world. They may have been more Apache than Navajo, but what do I know? Lastly, Salmon Ruins. Salmon Ruins near Farmington and Bloomfield in northwest New Mexico. It had an impressive tower, and the site was seemingly reoccupied after some abandonment. But unfortunately for the people who reoccupied it pretty late into the 1200s, the Pueblo was attacked and burned to the ground. So this would have been after the Chacoans had left. Rather importantly for our story, more than 30 older women and young children perished in this fire. Navajo legend states that essentially, they did it. Story goes, an old beggar woman came to the Pueblo at Salmon to ask for food, and the inhabitants turned her away. Or worse. So the son of this old Navajo beggar woman in the 1200s sought revenge. Stewart says, quote, "A party went there and took wives. In keeping with that oral history, no young woman or teenage girls of reproductive age were found with the other inhabitants burned in the Salmon Ruins elevated to Kiva." End quote. For more on the history of the Athabascans in the region, sign up to be a paid subscriber and listen to my episodes over the Apache Kid, the Humanos, who were eventually overran by the Apaches, Tom Jeffords, Cochise' only white friend, and Cass Height, who learned from the Navajo and lived near them in Utah. And then listen to my very long series over the Apache if you have not already. Finally, we have the end of the Anasazi migration for this episode. Because make no mistake, they continue after Pachime to head further south. Pachime, or Casas Grandes in Chihuahua, sits right on the Chaco Meridian. It also is the site of a 5,000-pound iron meteorite which crashed to the ground. The people of Pachime would eventually wrap this meteorite in linen and wall it up. If it crashed there on that spot and was never transported to that spot, this is amazing because Pachime is truly directly south of Chaco and Aztec, directly on the Chaco meridian. Pachime had been around for a while, but it really took off in AD 1300 after the Anasazi Civil War and the Anasazi migration from the north. The city probably also included many people from the south. Once the Anasazi moved to Pachime, they began to take on even more Mesoamerican cultural ways, like even more elaborate platform mounds, a giant snake effigy mound, polychrome ceramics, typical Mesoamerican jewelry forms like ear spools, Toltec nose ornaments, and pectorals. Also, curiously, they had a lot of bison. Pacatat writes of the site, quote, "The horned serpent figured prominently on the thousands of beautifully painted Ramos polychrome pots buried on the floors of Pachime, this most urban of Mogollon complexes. There's a stone-faced rubble mound in the shape of a horned serpent pointing north towards a major spring from which Pachime's people obtained water. There are canals that bring water into the city. There is a two-tiered, 10-foot-tall circular masonry building on a nearby mountaintop, Cerro de Moctezuma, apparently dedicated to the local water, rain and wind that brings rain gods. And there are 4 circular masonry platforms, one at the end of each arm of a cross-shaped platform, down in Pachime proper. These may have elevated temples to the 4 directions or winds." End quote. It was a truly happening place. Pacatat elaborates further and says archaeologists found, quote, "almost 4 million mollusk shells or pieces of shells that had been imported from the sea. Most of these shells covered the floors of 2 rooms or were found in a series of offertory deposits associated with water. That's an astonishing number of mollusk shells artifacts for a place in the middle of a desert 250 miles from the ocean waters of the Gulf of California. Many were imported whole, strung on ropes, simply to be left as offerings. Some are the remains of the cutting and shaping of whole shells into trumpets, smaller ornaments, and fetishes." End quote. John D. Pohl wrote about Pachime's relationship to Mesoamerica when he wrote, quote, "Charles de Peso excavated over 650 copper artifacts of Pachime, more than the total recovered from all other sites between northwest Mexico and the U.S. Southwest combined. Among these were hammered copper discs on which designs were engraved, reminding de Peso of the black shields on the monumental Toltec warriors from Building B at Tula, Hidalgo. The Toltec black shield is a specific artifact type that has been excavated both at Tula and Chichen Itza. It consists of a wooden disc upon which an elaborate rendition of the sacred directional scheme has been applied using intricate turquoise mosaic. The fact that the center is composed of a relative surface of pyrite indicates it functioned as a divining mirror for consulting supernatural entities, and it is notable that the face of an ancestor appears within the center of the black shields as they are on the Tula warriors." End quote. Pachime has got the same story as Chaco when it comes to farming as well. And La Quemada. Every conceivable piece of arable land, some farmlands as far as 100 miles up into the mountains, were being farmed. And also, Pachime has its fair share of human sacrifice and plenty of evidence of dismemberment, defleshing, and man-corn. Something happened towards its end, though, and at around 1450 a lot of it burned. And just like everywhere else the Anasazi lived, it was abandoned. The people of Pachime, it seemed, went further south into the mountains. Some became Ravamuri. Some became the Akashian Shishimec. And others, they just may have gone south to a place known as Tenochtitlan. Tim Pacatat has a nice summary I'll use now. Quote, "Beginning in the 9th century, The wave of interlinked religious movements spread, stretching from the Yucatan Peninsula up into the widely separated, surprisingly coeval cultural expansions of the early Puebloan, formative Caddo, and early Cahokia Mississippian realms. The wave, we now know from actual climate data, happened when farming conditions were more ideal in the north and while portions of Mesoamerica were drying out. In other words, the same global climatic changes that were leading to the terminal classic collapse of Maya cities and the early epiclassic to postclassic rise of a Toltec-infused ideology were having very different and positive impacts outside Mesoamerica. At this time, after 900 Common Era, many of the northern regions of the continent witnessed the appearance of some form of thunderer god or gods, one or more manifestations of the wind that brings rain deity, Quetzalcoatl, and more than likely his diabolical alter ego, Tezcatlipoca. Of course, other Mesoamerican gods were entangled in the cults, most importantly a corn mother or creator goddess, and the resulting cults of thunderers happened a little differently in every region because the climatic conditions and historical traditions of each location were dissimilar. But all regions, it now seems apparent, were historically connected, judging by the fact that the various cults happened domino-like within a century and a half of each other between 900 and 1050 CE. First in the south and last in the north. And they were unified by an emphasis on circular cult buildings, pole climbing or flying rituals, large chipstone daggers, spiral-shaped mollusk shells, and water, especially the kind that fell from the sky. End quote. And with that, the final brushstroke of this painting is complete. The picture is all there. Migration, Mancorn, and Mesoamerica all helped to create and keep Chaco Canyon running. At least until the spiral flung itself too far and it all burned down. Whether physical Mesoamericans came to the southwest in the form of Toltec Feathered Serpent cultist warriors, or the early Anasazi ventured themselves down to the Toltec world and brought it back after years of being in the mystery schools, there is no denying the connection between the Chaco and Anasazi world and the world of the Mesoamericans in Central America. But that connection would spread eastward, too. The corn the Puebloans grew would reach the Caddoans and the Cahokians of the Mississippian culture, and eventually that corn would even reach the Cherokee and Iroquois, who would also adopt similar Mesoamerican beliefs. It seems you can't separate the corn from the Mesoamerican ritual world. Of course, the ancestral Puebloans gave up the Four Corners and headed to the Rio Grande to remake themselves in opposition to the Anasazi, who had ruled over them for 300 years. Although they didn't get rid of it all. The Hopi decided not to continue southward with the rest of them, and they would end up keeping a lot more Anasazi tradition, including the pole-flying Voladores, and many other aspects of the Mesoamerican belief system, like the Kachinas. And this is probably why the Hopis call the Anasazi the Ancient Ones, or Hisatsinam. For the Hopi, the Anasazi are not the enemy, but instead, they are their ancestors. A Hopi man named Philip Tualetstiwa. This man appears in those videos, the Chaco Canyon Project, and also Written on the Landscape. He did a DNA test, and not only was he related to people from Chile, which is incredible, but also he was related to the individuals in Room 33 by DNA. And recently, the Picuras Pueblos sent DNA to be studied, and they, too, are related to Chacoans at, I believe, Pueblo Bonito, or maybe just in the canyon. So the Hopi and the Puebloans are both related to Chaco Canyon. But the corn-obsessed experiment of the Mesoamerican-led Chaco and Anasazi eventually withered away, and they retreated back south like an arrow being shot towards the horizon from whence they came. Thank y'all for listening, and I'll see you again soon in the American Southwest.
Came down from Alamosa, across the Rio Grande. The tracked a killer lion, lost his fear of man. First seen around El Rito, he laid a rancher down. Killed the rancher's daughter, was gone out of sound. And the purple sage in Caprock is never out of bounds. When you chase the mighty lion behind slobber-headed hounds. Not much trace of man out here, the painted canyon walls. The ancient pagan hunters show for chase and fall. Now the lever action rifle and horses change the game, but their ghosts still hunt beside me, the chase still feels the same. And the purple sage in Caprock is never out of bounds. When you chase the mighty lion behind slobber-headed hounds. Now the hounds my father left me are ranging out of sight. I stand up in my saddle in the early morning light. I can see the good gyp circle, and I know it won't be long till the canyon rings are striking cry, the lion will be found. Purple sage and Caprock is never out of bounds. When you chase the mighty lion behind slobber-headed hounds. Finds a lonely juniper to make his final stand. 3 faithful hounds lie dying, blood shining on the sand. And the good gyp leaps up in the air, as low as murder charge. My rifle cracks, a whisper late, I can feel his iron jaw. The purple sage in Caprock is never out of bounds. Chase the mighty lion behind slobber-headed hounds. Now the eagle sees us falling, the hunter and the prey. His shadow crosses lifeless bodies, where side by side we lay. And the good gyp sits upon the rim, and all alone she cries a death song for her master, killed the mighty lion. Purple sage and Caprock is never out of bounds. When you chase the mighty lion behind slobber-headed hounds. Yeah, the purple sage and Caprock is never out of bounds. When you chase the mighty lion behind slobber-headed hounds.